Hello, everybody! We have got some manic energy here. It has been 1 year, and I don't know how many months to get to this fucking moment, but we're here. We made it. Welcome to Beyond the Realms, session 32. So glad to have you all in the chat, watching the streams. Places are opening up. The world is almost back to the way it was. But one thing that'll never change is us playing our nerdy D&D story for all of your enjoyment. So thank you all so very much for joining us today, tonight, wherever you are. We appreciate you. Not much to go off of the top here. I'm just so excited to be here. I hope my players are excited to be here.
Heck yes.
We're about to get...
Day,
it's been a day.
D&D.
Exactly. And this is where whatever's going on in our lives, I had a busy day as well with lots of kind of annoying shit. But this is one of the best parts about doing these games is that we just get to disconnect from the world, jump into this one, and have a fucking good time. So
and go to a funeral. Woo!
Yep. I think it's gonna be great.
I can't wait. In D&D, where you get excited for the funerals of the gods.
All right. Well, nothing much else to say. I just don't want to disappoint anyone. Okay.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Okay. Shake it off. It's fine. We're gonna just crack the knuckles and just stretch the limbs and say, fuck you, world. It's time to play D&D as we dive on into tonight's session of Beyond the Realms. Last we left off, the party, currently in the realm of Asgard, took on a quick little side mission before attending a very, very important event, that of the funeral and celebration of life for one of Asgard's most famous and legendary warriors, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. Salvia, the director, the head honcho of the Academy of Arcana, had asked you to kind of check up on a project that she was kind of a part of, having to do with assistive magic, had to do with projects pertaining to self-sustaining research, a bit of a magical AI, if you want to put it that way. Hadn't heard from the mages and scientists that were kind of involved in this project for around 3 weeks or so. Just thought, hey, quick thing, if you could just check up on these people for me, before we go to this funeral, I'd really appreciate it. And having just helped out Farrell with reuniting her with her long-lost sister, very much chomped at the bit to kind of return the favor. You kind of gathered your party members and headed out where this laboratory was situated, connected by a teleportation scroll from the Academy of Arcanum into this faraway mountainside, very much far outside the city limits of Asgard, into the wild folk land, sort of the native land outside of the kingdom. And you arrived there, and a lot of strange things started to happen. The entity known as SAM, the structure for assistive magic, greeted you at the front door, welcomed you in, and you walked around, explored a bit after discovering a crazy mimic, a Arcana library sucked of all its knowledge, bare-paged books lying everywhere, a greenhouse room that had creepy, monstrous plant life, and some of these plants had resemblance to other realms. Some of them reminded you of the Feywild a little bit. After wandering around this location, Sam insistently telling him that the people you came to see were busy, they'd be with you at any moment. eventually catching on, being like, all right, we just got to find this person. Going up to the upper levels, you discovered this enormous workshop with animated armors that were basically assembling a body for Sam, a vessel to store its consciousness into. And as the body of Sam rose, you had a moral sort of conversation with Sam. And it went in a lot of sort of various ways. Some of them were, would you befriend Sam and keep him a secret from the higher ups of Asgard? Would you turn Sam in to Salvia, thus sealing maybe his fate? And he pretty much knew that they would want to research him more, take him apart, basically destroy him to further whatever gains that this whole entire project was for. And a lot of back and forth went down, but eventually it came down to Farrell having a imperfect heartbeat from the rest of you, where you were all pretty much telling the truth that, like, if you come with us, we'll keep you safe, we'll hide you out in our lodgings from the rest of Asgard, and we'll figure this out. But Farrell, owing this enormous heartfelt debt to Salvia, having helped her reunite with her sister who had passed away, helped her go on into the afterlife, felt like this debt needed to be repaid in full and could not bring it to herself to lie or to be honest and say, I won't
to tell the truth.
Yeah, to tell the truth. And he rolled high in his insight and could tell that you were lying, and a battle of the ages ensued where Sam literally sprang to life multiple animated armors out from the upper balconies of the laboratory, sending barrage, wave after wave of thunderous projectile attacks, allowing Sam to try to make his way to the exit of the lab. And with abilities that you'd never seen before, he was able to just redirect spells, severely dampen the effects of your spell attacks, had a few spells of his own, having gained so much arcanic knowledge in this place. And it got down to the wire. It was Sam in the doorway. You wedged him between most of your party, sealing him in. And it literally, with just a couple of hit points left, it came down to a last minute plane shift spell. There were no more counter spells left. All your tricks were used. And Sam dissipated into the air, releasing familiar scents and smells. Ethereal butterflies and strange glitter kind of took place of where he was. And these scents gave particular flashbacks to Sir Strange. And without knowing why or how, had this instinct, this feeling that he knew where Sam had gone, that into the realm of the Feywild. But looking around the room, you tried to ascertain if there were anything that you could take away, at least, from this encounter. Are there any items and any books? With all the books in the entire place sucked of its knowledge that Sam got, the one thing he did leave behind were the blueprints of making his body and the project that allowed him to come to life. Farrell, seeing this on the walls, snatched up all the scrolls, and you were making your way out of this laboratory when we ended last week. So, we begin session 32 with the Frostbreakers stepping out of the laboratory that's situated 300 feet high on a mountainside, with a stone bridge connecting the face of the mountain to this vast forest, to a teleportation circle that leads you back to the Academy of Arcana near the castle of Asgard. So, with all that out of the way, Frostbreakers, what would you like to do?
We've been asked by tech to pause so they can fix the stream.
Oh. Shit.
No, your intro's fine. Your intro's absolutely fine, which is why we were waiting.
Hell yeah.
So you good. You great.
And on top of that,
our videos are being a bit
talking,
laggy and weird, so we're gonna work on getting that fixed. So thank you, chat, for sticking it out for us.
Laggy. That's weird. That usually doesn't happen with our stuff.
It may be
That
a new
cat's so
update.
laggy.
It may just be a little update, but we're gonna.
I think it's a Capri Sun.
Excuse me, that is no way to get a sponsor. I turn it around for a reason. Okay, we gotta stop talking about it. Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's the Lidl brand.
Oh god, Ivy is past the DM ring.
Aldi. It's the Equate
I am the
version.
DM now. I am in the DM spot.
Oh,
I am the DM. Oh. Kev,
Oh, okay.
So Ivy, what's happening?
So you all
Yeah,
enter a cavern.
Oh no.
Decapitated body of Sam is rusting away.
No.
Jared's Mr. Fiend, so he can actually play what he's.
Yeah. So,
I'm
Make
sustained
host.
now.
I did it.
We're stalling.
we're stalling.
This is the age-old trick called stalling.
Hey,
Filibuster.
Damn
Hey,
it, am I
Seth,
not
you're
DM
feral
anymore?
now.
Ugh.
I wish I knew that we needed to
Um,
stall. I could have made the intro like 5 minutes long.
No,
I'm-
we just had to fix the videos.
Oh,
So
I'm
you
feral
were
now.
waiting until you were done with doing that. So
I'm
that
Mr.
was-
Fiend now, you guys. So if you ever
Yeah.
just use your anger to stop people from loving
Esther
you.
Strange. Hey, Ramira. I
Okay.
love. I mean, I can't remember you. Sorry.
Hey, I'm feral right now. Yeah, you guys ever just lie about like everything?
They're Strange as Tarek.
Okay.
I just want to do this for the whole session.
Oh, Torch.
Sorry about those
That's all right.
technical difficulties, everyone. The
Oh,
internet
that-
is
this
a
is just
cruel
how we-
mistress.
Episode
sometimes.
32, The Roast.
This
Yeah,
is
I was gonna say,
how we are.
Y'all
Oh,
have some
the
shit you
finale.
gotta work out.
thank you, Love TV, for the raid, but no.
Roasting is all in good fun.
George chat. This is
Oh,
how we
yeah.
genuinely are. We roast each other the hell out of each other's characters.
Episode 32. Nothing's changed.
It's all the same.
Year and a half later, we still
Yes.
on our same bullshit.
You're right. We still roast the hell out of each other. It's worse
Yeah.
now.
It's so good. It's so
Makes
good.
it worse.
All right. Well,
Okay, what are
let
we
me-
doing?
let me ring that back in, everyone. Frostbreakers. What would you like to do?
I would like to bonus action get changed into my fancy death clothes.
My fancy death clothes.
I suppose I too will also put on the morning uniform.
She like elbows you. They're called fancy death clothes.
Right, I forgot.
Wait, we're still at the cave at the moment, right?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
currently walking out of the laboratory on the mountainside, approaching the teleportation circle to go back to the Academy of Arcana.
Oh, okay.
So if you
Yeah, yeah.
wanted to converse with each other, figure anything out
Mhm.
before you teleport there, this would be your time. But if you just wanted to just go right there, you could do that too.
I'm still going to give Salvia the head, just so you're all aware.
Mhm.
So if she freaks out or anything else, just know I'm aware.
No, what could possibly go wrong receiving the head of one of your friends as a present?
Oh, that's
Hmm.
sad.
But at least it counts as proof of death.
That's what I'm.
It's,
Yeah.
yes.
Um.
It's evidence.
Also, for reference, I put the rest of the plans in my bag except for these few, and I'm gonna hold up the few pieces of paper of scrolls that are not as detailed nor could let Salvia rebuild Sam into the body that he is.
Ah, I see.
Good, good, good.
Okay. So just for DM
Mhm.
uh, knowledge, you've separated some of the papers that you've collected. There were about 6 or 7 in total.
Okay, if there's
Um,
6 or 7, I want the most detailed ones that would allow anybody to rebuild Sam in my bag. But as a generalized, like, oh, the subject is treating or behaving like this way, like reports, I'll give to Salvia. But as for actual build, I would like those.
Okay. So for like, did you want to look through the papers just to see like which ones were which kind of thing?
I'll glance through them if that's okay.
Make a investigation check.
Investigation. Let's see, which dice do I feel are going to be nice today? Probably none. Investigation. That's a +7. Wow, that's not bad for a first roll. That's a 16.
Hey, yeah.
I was gonna say, all I hear is
Someone's typing like hammers on the table right
Is that you? I couldn't
now.
tell if it was you or Ben.
It wasn't me.
Sorry, it's
It
me.
wasn't me.
There's a herd of buffalo coming towards you.
It's that Bruce Almighty scene.
Oh god, now we gotta roll initiative again.
Sam appears. An army running towards you. So, with a 16, looking through the various parchments that you found kind of attached to the wall, yes, there are certain ones that are pertaining to the exact build. Notes kind of made and scratched off and made again. A lot of the etching on the paper seems to start off kind of crude, and then the writing gets more and more clean and spaced out and perfect by the end of it, quite frankly. For when you can make out, there seems to have been a couple of start and goes. There's a lot of like mixing sort of these components with these runes, these gems not working out, trying various magic spells, trying various rituals to kind of get just like the perfect build that he wanted. And it seems like a couple times he would try to insert that sort of powerful gem that you saw at the beginning, get inserted to his chest, various types that didn't work out and the body fizzled down. So there's definitely a way that you could be like, here's like, you know, if you need all 6 steps to complete this build, here's 3 of 6.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like you'll be able to build like a part of it, but not the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't want it to be like, oh, obviously I'm not giving you like everything. I want it to look as if, oh yeah, this is all we found. Sam destroyed the rest.
Yeah.
So if it's like a steps 1 through 3, I'll take that one and give it to her. But I'm keeping
just specifically take step 4. I feel like that will hit more.
Just specifically 4. That's it.
4, because then you get halfway through and you're like, cool, I'm almost done. And then there's just a very important bit right before the end that you just.
Does the handwriting, when it goes like a little rougher to cleaner, does it look like 2 separate sets of handwriting, or does it look just like one?
Looking at it, it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, just because the writing of it itself, it looks like 3 or 4 different people wrote a section of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right.
With that 16, you can kind of piece together that like it seems like as Sam got more adapted, that his abilities to write and to contemplate things around him was getting, you know, more and more structured and more elevated.
Okay. So I'll separate the ones that I want, possibly the more important ones and the more detailed, and put those in my bag, kind of tucked away under things, and then separate the rest.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna tuck the head under my other arm.
Yeah. So you had the head of
one of the scientists that was in the body of the plant monster that we
from the plant pod that was kind of invasion of the body snatchers, was able to consume humanoids and spit them out as like exact plant copies.
Yeah, I put the rest of the body in a pile and took the head. So
okay,
you know, as you do.
As you kind of got that head in your bag. It's starting to like the bottom of the bag is kind of leaking sort of black sort of ooze and sap kind of out of it as it's just been sitting there for a while. You can see it's dripping beside your boot. The skin is kind of decayed, like that dark pale blue. The lips are blue. There's some dark veins all over its head. Doesn't look good. Doesn't smell good either.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm still gonna give it.
We're watching a lot of anime. A lot of heads have been severed.
A lot of heads.
Yeah, I got it.
That is very smelly.
But yeah, I'll do the same and change into my funeral attire. I'll put the bag down, then like quickly.
Do you have your funeral clothes all on you?
Yes, we took them all with us because we were worried about changing in time. So we took them.
We did. Yeah, you're right. Correct.
We worried about this exact thing.
What about not having time to change?
We brought a stage bag, you know, where you just like behind like a curtain and then run back out. That's what we're doing.
So. I wear a fitted suit. Who thought 3-foot-long sleeves would be a good idea?
Sir Strange did.
I can store everything in my backpack in these sleeves.
Dean, you look like a bud.
It's the new Asgardian fashion line.
All the noble people wear it.
It's
I have not seen
Valmir wings.
While me and Sir Strange were walking around, we saw some of the people wearing it. We thought the style might suit you if you wanted to look very fancy. Right, Sir Strange?
Just zoning out. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's the blunt force trauma. I think.
Oh,
See, happens all the time.
Tarek and Feral unison. Yes, we understand.
When you say the blunt force trauma, Ramir looks at your head and then just kind of like gently touches. You have. Did you get hit in the head?
You know, it's sort of like my life now, It's just who I am.
Well, we don't have time to unpack how that addresses your outlook on life and personality, but I can definitely administer some medical treatments if you've in fact actually hit your head.
That stupid robot broke my face open. I hope there's
and
no.
now you look very handsome with your great long sleeves.
Yeah, some healing would be nice, but like I don't need it right now. If you're lacking the resources, which is just acting really out of it. Like I'll be fine.
Come on, pain.
That's a good question. What does everyone look like?
35 out of 130.
I'm looking pretty good
58
right
of
now.
101.
You know, because
Sorry,
86
I
out of
didn't
86.
communicate that very well.
If I
Les.
had to give it a number,
if you have
46 out of 100.
Yeah, no, I'm about a half. I'm a little over, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I couldn't possibly take another hit point, but I did go down 4 times. Yeah.
When Fiend mentions like he got his face ripped open, it's just like, well, Fiend, you have to get some new scars. I mean, the new body and everything.
I imagine
You're
Fiend has
making
like
quite
one
the
like
collection.
Joker scar where Sam just like let him have it.
It's
Yeah.
like
I will say this, Mr. Fiend, John, my friend, if you would like to have permanent scars from this battle, you can definitely describe those if you like.
I got put on my ass 3 times. I absolutely have permanent scars from this battle. I probably have lightning scarring like around my chest, like those like lightning like marks, and I definitely have some sort of like crescent-shaped scar under my eye and crescent-shaped scar around my cheek from where the knuckles and underside of Sam's fist just jawed me for 50 damage and brought me down.
Yeah, and as you look at Fiend's body, you recognize some of the more major scarring from his body, having been in quite a few fights with you all, the one with the cave dragon, so on and so forth. But they were very like sparingly, like maybe one across the eyebrow, like one just at the corner of the jawline, like wasn't very present. But as you're looking at Fiend now, it just like he just got out of a 12-round boxing match. Like he's just all kinds of pummeled.
Ramiro! Adrian!
I fixed it. I fixed it. She like grabs your jaw. Look it's fine. No, stop. I'm like, she goes, stop that. Put your jaw. It's bad for the positioning of your mouth. Stop it.
So you all want to change to your outfits before you go back to the castle.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
you like to describe your outfits, as it's been a while since you bought them, or just put them on and head out?
I forget what mine looks like.
I can explain what
Well, this could be your time to make up the look if you want.
I can explain what Ramirez looks like. Cause me and Sir Strange picked them out. I can explain the colors of Tarek's because Ben, they're Tarek's favorite colors.
All right, if you wanna go for that, Farrell, go for it.
Yeah, go.
Okay. Yeah. Ben, what we picked out for Tarek was a tunic that was purplish blues, his favorite colors, with little silver hammers across the sleeves and the neckline. For Ramira, it was a dress very similar in style to Farrell's, but it was green with little clouds across the shoulder line and the top. For Fiend, we picked out the most pimple-looking Asgardian coat with the biggest goddamn sleeves.
And a fur fucking collar.
Yeah.
I'm pimping in Asgard is what's happening.
For Farrell. And all of these are very normal Nordic style of clothing. So it's the longer sleeves on the dresses and the ribbons down the sides. Farrell's was a bluish color with moons across the top. And Sir Strange, I think you picked out red, if I'm correct in your
It was very fashionable. It was a good idea at the time.
and then additionally, we also grabbed Salil and their outfits if they wanted to go to the funeral. That was up to them. But go ahead, Sir Strange.
Was Fiend actually like doing the flapping of the thing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is uncomfortable.
Watching, oh man, that reminds me of Toon when he did that whole hawk thing. I miss him already. Oh, never mind. I'm threatened. I feel threatened. I feel absolutely scary.
I feel slightly less threatened than when Toon did it, but it is.
Fiend like puts his arms like this, just has like the cuffs going down.
I hope everything that me and Sir Strange picked out for you.
Give
guys,
us a wish.
I hope that everything else we picked out is okay for you all. Fiend.
I mean, could we just... One of you is mending,
okay,
right?
All right, come here.
No, I lean over to
This
the
is silly.
No, I'm a fan. I can fit so many marshmallows in those things.
Okay,
Like, here, look at this, watch. And he casts light inside the sleeve. It's like, it's a fucking flashlight.
I'll lean back over to Ramir. I'll tell you what, I'll leave like a small slit that way you can just like put marshmallows.
This jacket can fit so many marshmallows in it.
Slaps it.
Claps for
All right,
Fiend.
All right, let's go to this
marshmallows in
freaking
it.
funeral.
Yeah. Pharaoh will walk up to Fiend and start like,
Yeah.
all right, arms out. Do you want it just tighter or like what do you like your normal style?
Yeah, it's like fitted, like a fitted sleeve.
Okay, all right. And I'll just go like along I'll leave it kind of flared like at the waistline.
You know,
so
if you'd like to cut off some of this, you could probably make a child's uniform.
Wait, Fiend.
Oh, so you mean for
Get it
halfway.
attached to the side of the jacket, and then it's a wingsuit.
He looks like he thinks about it for a second. No.
Fiend, it would be so cool.
It would be cool, but I don't expect to be jumping off of any
I'll
cliff.
take some of the fabric off and I'll give it to Hathwin and
Take note, Kevin.
the dress. I'll give
Oh,
it
yeah, that would work. Perfect.
So I'm gonna do so. I'm gonna like mend along the seams of it. I'm gonna leave it kind of fitted at the waist and give you like two little coattails, a little longer. That way it gives you a little bit of flair and two little pockets.
Are you using mending spell, or are you literally just like sewing it?
I'm mending.
Okay. So you go over
which
and
is
do that over.
So,
Okay.
but okay. And when I'm down there, is that better? With the extra fabric like draped over my arm. Better?
Yes. Wonderful.
Cool. And I'll
Thank
put
you.
the rest of the fabric in my bag. All right, there you go. Now are we ready? Can we go?
I'm suddenly
I
a
have
fan
a
of what
head
you
to
picked
drop
out for
off.
me.
Quite.
You
Yeah.
do.
Also, yes, Tarek. I hope you like the colors.
Thank you. It is very nice.
Ramir, I hope the clouds are okay. I thought
love
you might
them.
like, okay.
They're perfect.
You'll look great.
Let's go.
Change
We're
into
having fun.
I've waited a whole week to go to this funeral.
I've waited a whole week.
It's been 2 weeks, actually.
It's been
I've waited
Yes,
2
man.
weeks.
Jared,
2
is there
weeks, but it
strange-
feels awkwardly like 8 months.
Really?
Hmm.
I don't feel that.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I'm sorry. Jared,
bizarre.
is Sir Strange changing out of his armor?
Oh, they're definitely trying. They're
Oh, you sweet bean!
like with. It's like they try and reach their degrees. I'm like, and they finally get there and they put the outfit on, but it looks really sad. It's like a turtle flipped over on its back, sort of thing.
Are we going back through that humid plant-like area?
No, you are outside
We are
the front entrance that you
Oh,
came
okay, cool.
to. On the and it, like you're outside. The mountain side is like behind you. You're leaving that doorway that had those blue runes that were kind of etched on the side of it that emanated. There was a thin sort of stone bridge that connected from where you are on the side of the mountain towards this teleportation circle that's in front of this sort of vast forest.
Time to teleport.
Let's go. Sir Strange, do you need help? You look a little disappointed.
A little like a
It's-
turtle on its back, actually.
Yeah,
Bottom,
that's a
very
good
accurate. It's almost like Sir Strange is lying down. It's almost, it's fine. It's fine. I have my pride.
You look.
I just look at Farrell and I reach out my hand as like maybe we should reach out our hands.
Yeah, okay. We'll follow suit. Come on, grab our hands.
Sir Strange reluctantly takes the help. They're like,
This is why you should have a page. A squire, maybe?
Did you ever have one of those? You might want to look into it.
I think I had one or two. Do you like misplace people like that? I do that all the time. It's fine.
Misplace people.
That feels very foreboding, almost like foreshadowing, actually.
We have never misplaced anyone.
I ate
Where
my
is
last
Sugar
escape.
Bear?
I was gonna say, fiends leave people around all the time.
Yes, I like to acquire things.
When you say
They're people,
Squire
not
Page,
People fiend.
when you say Squire Page, Sugar Bear!
Okay, come on, we're leaving now.
It'll give him a new job, I guess. He could be Sister Squire. That works.
So when we find him, we'll let him know that he's been appointed as a squire instead of a.
True.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I'm gonna step up to the teleportation circle. I'll just look at
So as you're all kind of talking one at a time, making your way over, you kind of finally kind of link arms as you enter into the Nordic runes are etched into the dirt. You all enter in, suddenly dissipated. This sort of wave after, like this sort of tunnel that's connecting from this teleportation circle to the other. Sort of the similar feeling you get when you go through the Bifrost. Just like this tube, this ethereal tube that just being jettisoned through the vast lands of the wildlands outside of the city. And suddenly, you land, boom, feet planted on the ground, this sort of kip up of dust enters your purview all around you as you are back at the academy. You see sort of various members of the different academy of students walking around, again, all situated in their various colored robes, signifying the schools of magic that they are currently taking part in. Salvia, not currently in your purview.
Oh, we lost John.
Oh no.
Oh, we lost
to John.
Man, that teleportation works really well.
Side effects are crazy, y'all. Now we're
Guys,
probably all over the place on the stream.
I don't think we should use these teleportation circles anymore. The first time we used it, we lost Toon, and the second time we lost
My
Fiend.
favorite thing was John
Who's
popping
getting
back
next?
and immediately giving an eyebrow.
You all arrive and like tunes are
Oh wait, I'm Tarek. John, you're feral.
I'm strange now.
you all arrive and like Farrell's head is on Sir Strange's body and like Rivera's arm is in
We
like
gotta go back. We gotta go back.
everyone's limbs are just
It's
mismatched.
the
Ah!
It's a live action Scooby-Doo movie where they all exchange souls but keep different bodies.
Yeah. Thank you, Jordy, for
back.
fixing all this. You are
Yes, thank you.
welcome. Okay, yeah.
All right, so you kind of land back, and again, it's been like maybe an hour and a half since you left. But I assume you're trying to find Salvia straight away.
Who's the nearest student or somebody who doesn't look as busy as the rest that I could possibly ask?
Yeah, there's like again when this training ground kind of around this tower, this spire, almost like similar to like a martial arts training montage. Like there's various sort of sects and groups of students, and just sort of off to your left, there's a grouping of orange suited students all just sort of practicing various incantations with a master in front of them.
If I can find an instructor that I can gently like wave over, get the attention of without interrupting a class, I would do so.
Okay.
So if this is that group, I'd possibly call over to whoever the instructor is and just, excuse me.
And you kind of emanate in the back section of the compound. And he kind of notices you arrive, and he's saying something. You're like just kind of nods, like keep on going. I'll be right back. And this sort of 40-year-old sort of half elf, not 40-year-old half elf, but 40-year-old Asgardian comes up to you, has like orange robes, kind of tied up, cinched at the waist, long flowing gold hair, kind of a top knot up here, and two strands coming down his side. Just comes up to you and is like, yes?
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your class. Where's Salvia?
Salvia, just 1 second. Stay. And just kind of like waddles over, just kind of like stuttering his words, and just seems kind of excited about like kind of, it seems like he's like connecting like
The
a reason why you've like the dots a little bit, like why you've arrived, and just kind of hurriedly watches over as you see him just kind of like scurry over and then just disappears. A door kind of emanates around him, comes out of it with Salvia. They've arrived. They're back. And Salvia, arm in hand, with this instructor, just, thank you very much. You may go back to your students over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You made it.
Yeah, we made it.
Oh, good things, I hope. How's everything going on over there? Are they all doing okay?
Yeah, Carol, why don't you give her the gift?
I like
Yes.
watching you too.
Give this concerned person about their friends their gift, Farrell. No, go on.
Give me
Make
a
sure
second.
you ask her to close her eyes first.
Ramiro, you're
second.
really rubbing this in, aren't you?
Hold on. Well,
It's the bedside manner for me.
I hate to tell you, it's going very poorly. Go ahead, Jared.
Should just like they're dead, like dead, like dead.
So
Like,
strange.
what?
Strange.
I'm being straight. Oh,
One
no.
was eaten by a plant, one fell off a railing, two were killed by us.
straightforward.
No. The two were okay. Salvi, I do apologize. So yes, they are all dead. I'm afraid the research did not seem to go to plan. I'm going to pull out the papers. So here are these, like the ones I had set off to the cipher.
Why are they wet? What's this red liquid?
I'm getting there. Shush. Here are these.
And you do in fact hand them. Did you put them in the same bag as the head?
No, I put like the head off to one side. Like I don't want it touching everything else because I knew I was getting rid of it. So
Okay.
I'm gonna give it. I'll give that one. I'm going to give it to her. So hold on.
Okay, so you give her some rolled up pieces of parchment.
I give
The 3 out of the 6 that you had collected.
Yeah, and I'll explain. It seems that the sentient magical being that was being created gained a little more sentience than originally anticipated and is no longer here.
Wait. What? What do you mean?
He built himself a body and teleported.
Plane shifted more accurately.
Thank you, Tarek.
What about the others? Were they able to? Did they try to stop him?
The others are dead. We attempted to stop him. He was very, very beaten and broken, but managed to slip through our fingers a little bit, giving us quite a bit of trouble as it seems he can learn.
Spells. He can learn spells.
And magic.
Gained a lot of knowledge from that place.
The good news is we know where he went.
Where?
Well, that's not exactly good.
Well,
Well, we happen to be going there, and
What you
I
gonna
would
do?
say for maybe an additional fee, we could take care of your problem for you.
Famed.
he went to the Feywild.
Damn.
Now, as soon as you say the Feywild, her face just becomes like you're just giving her so much information. And as soon as you say Feywild, her face just like turns perplexed. Feywild?
I don't know how he got there. I don't know what else was
That's-
being. I don't
That's not
know.
Possible.
Why is it not possible?
Travel between our realm and the Feywild has long since been disconnected for a very long time now. If he was able to travel to the Feywild, I have no idea how it would even be possible.
I'm afraid the connection may not be so severed then.
He used the spell plane shift.
You said severed.
We
But-
understood that it was just.
Can't Heimdall send people to the Feywild through the Bifrost? Is that not possible? You can send people anywhere. No.
Not there.
That complicates things. I'm gonna just look at
Oh.
everyone else.
I look at you and go, shit, I forgot to tell you. I recently learned that Asgard has had a disconnection with the Feywild, and that Heimdall, in fact, can't send us to the Feywild.
And you decided to keep that very important
Gentlemen,
information.
Gentlemen,
to
we can talk about this later.
It's-
Maybe on the way.
yourself. The fiend.
It just didn't seem like it was the time for it.
Oh, it was always the time for it.
Go ahead, Jared.
Oh wow, that's too bad then. That sucks.
Don't worry, I have a backup plan.
Of course he does.
So I know that this is a lot of information to take in at one singular time, as well as a lot of stuff. But and then I'm going to take the head from my bag. In case this helps in any scientific research as well as proof, my condolences on your fallen companions and friends.
You just hand her the head, and
I'm doing it not in like a here's the head, but I'm doing it in like a very like slow, letting her take it as not it's like staring at you or anything, but like face down, like I deeply apologize. Benjamin, I swear to God. I deeply
It's gonna be one of those.
I'm gonna take all
sessions.
the heads now just to watch these react. No, but
So handing her the head, she's like, you have like a piece of cloth
Like,
kind of covering it.
yeah, I've taken up like a piece of cloth to have it covered. I know that dying in combat is held in very high regard for you as guardians. I can only pray that that is what he died doing, and that Valhalla will accept his sacrifice.
Race to Valhalla. Were you able to uncover any pieces of information, anything from the?
The three pages I handed you do have some of the research notes and everything else. I would avoid, if you go there, I would avoid one of the main rooms, as there is a bookshelf mimic that we were not informed about.
That's dead.
Oh, thank you, Fiend.
So as, and she just looks like it's a mixture of just like confusion, loss of friends, the fact that this thing was able to plane shift itself to the Feywild, which in her like that's just impossible very much for her at this moment. It's just like there's just so many mixed emotions going on. So strange.
Well, sorry, this is just from my. What was your name again?
Salvia.
Salvia. Excuse me. I apologize. Sorry for my earlier outburst. I've had a lot of blunt force trauma throughout the experience.
Oh,
you say-
I'm sorry. You must have all been like, and she finally just kind of like sees your faces,
No.
all the scarring and all of everything on you.
No. With the Frostbreakers, it happens quite often. Actually, it's a professional work hazard. But what were you experimenting there on exactly? There's just sort of like mixed expressions.
Well, we were trying to double our efforts in our arcanic research, trying to find new ways to advance our research and to learn new rituals and to reach out to more realms that might need our assistance, that perhaps Asgard could further do more outreach and help other worlds with any problems or evils that may arise.
Does that include reconnecting the Feywild?
Make an insight check.
Yes.
Can I also take a check?
Yep, you can too.
Insight. Where's my
Any all insight? Or
insight?
just these two?
I was just gonna say, I have great insight. Can I also take a little peek?
I don't have
Y'all-
dice.
I even
I'm
reminded
ready.
everybody at the beginning of the session, hey, can you hear me?
Everyone
It's in front of me.
Crack.
What are dice even?
What even are dice?
It is a construct.
That is a crisp 28.
Oh,
Ooh, spicy.
God damn.
Search range.
27.
Oh!
I thought my 18 was good. All right, you two.
Just a couple of NPCs here.
I also got an 18.
And finally, Mr. Fiend.
Oh, it's like a 9. Don't worry about it.
Mr. Fiend's trying to figure out why Farrell's just like
I'm street
give it-
smart, not book. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about what the shiny rock in the middle of the Feywild is, not.
Oh, it's shiny rocks.
So you ask this.
I'll reiterate, yeah. Does that have to do with making every connection to the Feywild?
That is. That is a very complicated matter.
I mean, it's a yes or no question.
Enlighten me.
Looks over to you, Tarek. How much has Odin told you of our checkered past?
How much has he told me, Kevin?
Roll a history check.
I'm so pumped.
+2, 21.
So, as far as like, again, we're talking Asgard here. We're talking gods, myths, and legends. The history of events and things that these beings have been up to span infinite lifespans. You mainly came in to service of Asgard and Odin at a time when great assistance was needed to bring order to the chaos that the Prince of Frost had initiated in one of our very first campaigns we ever did. And you had been tasked with reaching out to realms, leading battalions of Asgardian soldiers, basically cleaning up the mess that he left behind.
Yeah.
Restoring societies back to the natural way of things, getting rid of any excess baddies and things of that ilk. There have been conversations that's been had that you never really took much stock in, because you kind of, when people made remarks like these, it was something that you kind of like, yeah, sure. Like when people were like Odin, like, God, well, it's not as bad as it used to be. Or Odin, like, the bloodlust of the Asgardians that people might have said in passing. Peacetime, man, peacetime. Like various sort of phrases and words that kind of pertaining to, the, let's say the nature of Asgardians, war, like being a legendary warrior is just like put above all else.
Mm-hmm.
A conversation that you've never really had a reason to ask about things past a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
The Asgard that you know currently is all that you're currently aware of.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so in saying that, Farrell looks over to you.
Well,
I have heard bits and pieces about Asgard's past. I feel there may be more to it than I know myself. But considering what happened with the Prince of Frost was considered what most people here would call peacetime, I'd hate to think what came before.
Odin is not always the peacekeeper he has grown into today. The history of Asgard spans infinite lifetimes, and in one particular lifetime, Odin was on a path of conquest. The loving nature he's connected to through battle, through the test of might of gods, claimed many realms for his own, as most kingdoms, even in those in Midgard and around the celestial void, are mostly built on bones and blood. And Odin is not any different. At one point, the Feywild was on that list. And she kind of starts to look around. Maybe we can have a more private conversation about these matters at a different time. Starts to look up at the sky.
I
The clouds
would very much
slowly
like that.
rolling by. Yes, Sir Strange?
There are a few things we need to know about.
Sir Strange says nothing, but stares very intensely.
We were trying to attempt a reconnection with the Feywild. We were trying to see if there might be a way that we could reconnect, barter some sort of truce, perhaps. It's been a long time since this event, and maybe there's ways that we could show them the error of our ways. Dark?
Just to confirm, you say we. Was this officially endorsed by Odin himself? Or were you trying to create illegal travel?
Roll an insight check.
Okay.
Get it, Ben. This poor mage. I'm like, here's the head of your dead friend. There was like, now interrogations.
The reason why she's being so vulnerable.
I know.
Insight. I rolled a 17 plus 5, so 22.
22.
I don't like that.
Looks over. Illegal travel. Sometimes one must be forceful in making ways of peace. Some things have to be looked over in order to instill that peace.
That sounds like a great speech from a warmonger.
All we want is to make sure that both parties know that any ill will that had been done in the past is long since over.
Would they not reach out themselves if they wanted that? Or is that what you're dubbing the Prince of Frost coming over and attacking Midgard?
Hmm.
Now that might we have to talk about for another time.
See.
I pray I might have said too much already. And you see her again looking up at the clouds as looking up before, some clouds are kind of rolling in a little bit.
Mhm.
Partly cloudy sky, like they're fairly sparse. And looking up again, they're starting to gather.
I see.
Question: how long has it been? We haven't gotten a short rest in this time at all, have we?
No.
Damn, I don't have sending.
Nope.
I've been
Oh,
banned from the Armies.
damn it! I've been
Damn.
bells.
Banned from David Busters.
That's the one.
Are there any crows?
Ooh.
Make a
Oh.
perception check.
I'm just gonna, I don't have sending, but I'm just gonna think in my mind anyway, kind of just, I'm yellow.
Are you dead ass serious right now?
I rolled a 1.
Where
That
has
was
your luck
angry.
gone?
And I didn't see a single one of them.
What's that, Jared?
Can I help look?
Can I help look? Yep. You can.
He sees me like looking inside pillows and shit for birds.
I will with Sir Strange burning this look into Salvia as these conversations are kind of going on, and you feel her saying these things. She's holding a dead friend's head, and it's seemingly just kind of clouding her judgment in this instance. She's very, very vulnerable, open, and you have a very special connection to this situation currently. You notice Fiend start to do this. Starting to look up as Salvia also just kind of looks up at the clouds. Make a perception check.
Come on, so strange.
Oh God, if I get fucked, I'm gonna be so pissed. I got fucked. I got an 8.
We can't see a bird from a cloud.
Fuck. It's too dark, too cloudy.
Yeah, unfortunately, looking around the area, don't see anything significant other than just rolling clouds kind of starting to gather more and more above you, a little bit faster than normal. It's a little strange, but you don't see anything else that kind of stands out to you, unfortunately.
Is that the title of the movie?
I think seeing the clouds and kind of starting to gather in my mind of what she's implying.
This is heresy.
This is heresy.
Heresy.
Heretics.
Heresy.
I think Farrell I see. If we could set a date for a future conversation, I would greatly appreciate that.
We'll send her an Outlook invite.
Yeah, right. I think 2 of my party members, kind of gesturing back towards Tarek and Sir Strange, would be very interested in that information. Once again, my condolences about your friends. And if there's anything else that we can do, please don't hesitate to ask.
And it's just holding the head in that sort of material wrapped around it.
I'm going to warn you, gesturing down to it, it's not a pretty sight. You may want to hand that off if it's not something you're used to seeing, or based on Tarek's assessment, it triggers any type of unwanted memories.
I understand.
And in the meantime, if you need anything else, please ask us. Or if you remember anything else that we might need to know.
This being that you say you've met.
Yes.
Did it say anything to you? Did it give you any kind of, I don't know, suspicion or purpose that it was after?
Go ahead, Jared. Go ahead.
It knows who I am. More so than just my name. Potentially what I am.
Roll an insight check.
I hate that. This woman knows too much.
Jared, did you say you wanted to roll intimidation?
No, if this is work, I'm gonna start intimidating.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Oh, what was your roll? Natural 1.
Oh.
So you start saying that, and Salvia starts to twitch in her left eye. It knew you? How's that possible? it knew you by name.
I don't know what I am. It might have known what I was, or what I am now. And if we continue to play games like this, you might find out what I am.
And as Sir Strange says this, roll an intimidation check.
Oh shit, bro.
17.
17.
Holy shit.
17. As Sir Strange starts saying these words, the air around him shifts. Sort of this warm breeze that you're kind of accustomed to in this land. In his vicinity, the air goes cold. The grass he's currently standing in starts to wilter into a faint black. The rose on his emblem on his chest, on their chest, starts to, the red starts to faint in this, almost going from a bright red to a changing the color through the hues of red into a purple. And Salvia, wide-eyed, is afraid of you and takes a couple steps back.
Strange.
I must get back. I must get back to my studies. My school needs me. You all have a good day. We'll see you at the funeral.
Salvia.
All right. Yep. So we'll see you. We'll see you later.
Stop.
Yep. It's fine.
Stop.
Looks back.
Saf, you have your hand raised. Did you have something?
No, go for it.
Oh, no, go.
No, you're doing what I was gonna do.
Oh, okay, cool. We were both going to
Yeah.
stop her. We're not going to hurt you, but there will be a conversation had.
Yes.
Because if we need to stand to protect you, we need to know what's happening. And I don't think that you want to end up like the friends that you're holding in your hand. And that is what this one, glancing back to Sir Strange, will do to you if you don't. You understand.
Looks down at the ground. Looks up at all of you.
I say this for your benefit and not mine.
Roll intimidation check.
Bet.
I also want to say.
Yes.
I like how we're just like bullying her now. We're just like,
That's a 16.
You say that, looks over at the friend's head that she still has in her hands. Connecting all these words you're saying.
And Farrell's saying it very calmly, and is trying to do it in a very warning tone.
And Salvia kind of recognizes that. Looks back up. For the glory of the realms. Takes a step back.
I expect payment. Calling after her. And I'm going to look over the Sir Strange.
Actually, as you say that, I was about to finish.
Oh, good.
As she dissipates, sort of in that same sort of fashion, like in Harry Potter, where like the space around her just kind of sucks into itself and warps. A piece of some leather chest piece suddenly falls where they transported.
Now, Pharaoh, you had said there was a small fortune in this for us.
There was supposed to be. I'm going to pick it up.
It's you pick this up, and it is leather sort of chest piece armor with wooden. It looks like picking up. It almost looks like arbutus bark chest plate armor, with like wood kind of weaved into the various facets of it. And there's a note sort of attached to it. You pick it up.
Yeah, pick it up. Look at the note.
One final gift from your favorite Luxodon.
And this indeed is the piece of armor that he won from the fight, the tournament that you all entered in upon arriving in Asgard after the Frostbane fight. So this is, if I can pick it up.
Did you decide this or did Griffin?
Griffin just said, give them my stuff. Like, leather armor of spell resistance.
Okay.
Nice.
So once again, it's considered light armor, leather. This armor possesses a +2 bonus to its standard AC of 11, bringing the total armor class to 13.
Okay.
There is no maximum dexterity bonus to this armor. The wearer is granted advantage on all saving throws versus spells or spell-based abilities. All magical-based saves are also made with a +2 bonus.
Nice.
Well, please send me the stats. I will put them in
So
there.
I will put that in the chat for y'all to figure out who gets that.
Nice.
I'm gonna take
Okay.
it.
You gonna take that?
I'm gonna hold it. I'm just holding it for
Oh,
now.
okay.
It is pretty much built for a druid.
Yeah.
And on the insignia of the leather work, there's kind of the base of a tree that kind of comes from the waist up. Branches kind of come out near the centerpiece of the chest and kind of weave all around. There are kind of matching leather braces that go around the biceps, and it has kind of a high collar that kind of comes up like this and curves down.
Nice.
Well-
What's your current AC, Farrell? Isn't it like?
Well, if I
13?
had to put a number on it, it'd be
Yeah.
13.
You need that armor. Please wear it.
I am gonna pick it up though and be like, oh, Toon, I love that mammoth so much.
I have a higher AC than our druid.
Yeah, you do.
Right.
Sarah is not built well. Like her build is not good. And I will be the first to admit it. I built her for a one shot.
Right.
Me too.
Yeah.
Here we are, a year and a half later.
No, I am gonna take it. We can figure out who wants this later. Kyle. But I will call out after Salvia. I expect payment.
Don't worry, I'll be collecting on that. I have time, and I'm a
If you
patient
don't,
person.
I will.
And
But-
as she dissipates, that leather armor drops, and the grass around Sir Strange starts to change back into the normal green hue. The rose on their breastplate goes back to a red.
Look back at Sir Strange. Are you okay? And not being okay is a very viable and valid option in this situation.
It will be. I'm sorry. I don't usually get that upset, and I apologize, and that wasn't very appropriate to do to Salvia. And
You are deserving of answers, and whether that was the right way to lash out or not, we're going to get them. But
Take it from a person who burned down half of his wagons.
Yes.
I think it was fantastic.
That was certainly one of the lesser reactions to such a thing I have seen.
I was about to say, I'm gonna
Just
look at
less in Fiend's direction.
I'm gonna like lean over to Ramir and be like, was that an outburst? Like
Using your words is a viable option. And she's going to poke your armor where the knot is. And then just kind of leave that. We have a funeral to get to.
Yes, I do believe
Please.
a big dead guy needs our presence.
Okay, all right. Everyone's bedside manner. We gotta work on this. All right, let's get going.
what's
I do
bedside
believe
manner?
we have time.
Oh,
What time-
bedside
Exactly.
manner. As if recalling something from years back. Oh, right. I do know that.
So I will say the funeral, you do have enough time if you wanted to take a long rest, if you wanted to go back to your,
go home and nap.
to your home, gather up any things, whatever you need to do to prepare for this, to attend this event, you do have that time available.
Okay, I am going
I'm
to
gonna do some things.
Yeah, I'm going to actually look over to Derek. Was there like a special preparation or something that you needed to do? Like I don't know what your role was before you came in and got her.
I'm gonna see to that.
Oh, okay.
I was going to go and
Go
see what
back home? What are you doing?
Well, we have time. We certainly made good time dealing with all of that. I think we should take a break. All of you deserve it. You all did well. And, well, I have a few things to look into here in the city. But I'll be back before... I'll be back before we leave. I shouldn't be too long. Hopefully I'll have some answers.
Look around to everybody else. Anyone else staying here?
I think it's probably a good idea for us all to stick mostly together at the moment.
I would agree.
Because it's so close to a very important thing that we need to do.
Correct.
Yes,
I agree.
let's not get wrapped
And
up in
those
anything
clouds
else.
are very ominous.
It's like herding cats.
Yes.
You can herd cats?
No,
Why
that's
would you
the
try and
point.
herd cats? That
You
doesn't
guys-
make any
But
sense.
wait, I could herd
I don't
cats.
have time
But
to
I have herded cats.
No,
Are there-
this is,
are there
you know what?
shepherds that
She's going to put her
specifically
fingers
herd
on
cats?
both of your mouths. She puts her fingers on
Mhm.
both. Shh, 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 shh. No more, no less. We stick together.
They just found a random table.
Okay, all right. Should we go home and rest while Tarek, you do your preparations, I suppose?
Why not?
Okay.
I'd like to ask Catherine something about the Feywild anyways. And on that note, as we're walking to the dingus...
We'll wave goodbye to Tarek. Be like, we'll see you later. We'll be back.
I think
Do so.
that Loki is probably a good way for us to get into the Feywild.
Are you talking about releasing Loki?
Yes, I'm considering it now.
So as
Tarek
hold
doesn't
on,
hear this,
so,
but he has a chill on the back of his neck.
so as you're walking
He's
away from the
talking about
academy,
that shit again.
hold on.
Being bashed again.
Oh God, I am so afraid this whole thing's gonna.
You're going to
blow
be
up.
amazing, Kevin. You got it.
Okay, so as you were all separating from the academy, going back to that long skiff that kind of hovers across the ground to transport you back to
I get to
your
drive.
lakeside accommodation, Tarek kind of starts to separate from you, leaves towards the castle, which you're not that far away from. The Academy of Arcana is kind of behind sort of the Golden Palace. So it's, only a few minutes away. So as Tarek kind of starts to walk away from you a few feet away, you start to gather onto the skiff and start seeing these conversations. You know what would be a good thing for Loki? You could probably...
I'm driving. The word Loki.
It's up to Mr. Fiend if you wanted to be a good distance away from you before.
I didn't even care. I was just saying it like out in the street for
There you go. So
crows
you
and
heard
ravens
it.
to hear.
Tarek doesn't even look in your direction. He just goes, "No,
It's fine.
No.
no."
Yes, Ramir.
As we're like walking, I'm going to grab Fiend by the arm just gently and then kind of pull it just a little bit away from people because I don't necessarily want everybody to hear this. Just Fiend, you know how you always have these fun things you want to do?
Yes.
These very you things. And I
These
love
are
that.
Yes.
I love that about you. Maybe you shouldn't tell me everything about what you want to do.
Really?
You know? Yeah. Maybe you think about it in your head and you say, are innocent people going to get hurt? No.
Right.
Is this going to be an earth-shattering, time-altering, just absolute horror fest?
Right.
No. And then you go, I'll spare Ramira all the details.
But what if I'm unsure of the first two rules?
Then it's probably good. No, wait, now you've asked me a question. I'm not sure about what to do with that. The point is
And it's like, I really don't think this could be earth-shattering, and I really don't think this could mess with innocent people. But it could still wind up doing it. Do I need to deep dive this on my own a little bit more, or should I bring it up to the group?
I feel like it's just important that we don't kill innocent people and we don't create an earth-shattering, timeline-altering situation. You know,
Okay.
you can't plan for everything. Sometimes a magical foxman shows up and steals all your money and you don't know what to do about that. And then sometimes you have a pleasant day at a beach house. You just never know. But the point is maybe you don't need to tell me everything.
Money.
Oh.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Because I want to support you.
Well, I appreciate that. I want to feel supported, but not by 4 foot long sleeves.
She jokingly puts her hand under your arm that she was just grabbing onto, and instead she just puts it under. See, this is a visual pun.
Yes, quite.
So
Well,
anyway,
I suppose I shall make more executive decisions and give less details.
which long term, maybe she's still holding up the arm. Maybe we do break out Loki. We don't know, but maybe keep the rest to yourself. I'm not really sure about that part now. I'm thinking about it and I'm having a moral quandary.
That's okay. You can always get back to me once you've
You know what's
ironed
stressful hearing Kevin roll?
once you've ironed out the details.
Which is why she's being quiet. That's why she whispered, Kevin, the part where she says break out Loki, but I can't stage whisper because we are not in fact on stage. So
Kevin's like, oh yes, I know.
so that's why she's being quiet about it.
Achaidh,
She's not
yeah.
stupid. Anyways, just saying.
Those clouds look lovely.
That's why
It's
she's being
very
quiet.
bird-shaped.
How bizarre.
How bizarre.
How bizarre.
Fantastic. Okay, well then I shall do this for you.
Right, for me. Yes. Help me, help you, help me.
Right. That's what I said.
Right. She lets his hand drop. Anyways.
All right, to this skiff. Just buckle in.
Farrell has already ran ahead with Sir Strange because she didn't want Fiend to get to the driver's seat first.
Dean was just trying to think of all the ways that he could make this a safer travel for him.
It's fine. Fiend,
Get a
Fiend,
seatbelt.
Look, I've got it. Look, I'm learning.
He's decided to lay down in between the two back
No,
seats.
Fiend, look. The last time I did fine. The reason I was problem is because you decided to run your skiff into my skiff, but I did a really good job.
If you were a middle child, just go ahead and say so.
Jared?
Sir Strange sits in the passenger seat, just staring up. If I die, I die.
Sir Strange, do you want to drive? I realize you haven't gotten a chance to drive. Do you want to?
No, I want to live.
I thought you just said you wanted to. You know what? You sit there.
See, I can live better if it's your fault instead of me causing my own death. There's a slight chance I'll go to Valhalla that way.
Oh, so this is because you want me to.
Is this a Catholic church now?
Yes.
Oh, so this is because of the thing that we said to each other. You want me to be the one to do it,
Yes, that's the thing. You know, that thing we agreed
right?
to.
But you want me to kill you. You know what? I'm just gonna drive.
To the cabin.
Put the key in the ignition.
Fresh and hot out the kitchen. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm just gonna look back to Ramir and be like, just
Asgard's most banging bard tale.
I'm just gonna look back to the Ramir. I'd be like, please don't be as dramatic as these two. I swear I'm not that bad of a driver. I did fine last time. Fiend bumped into my skiff.
Methinks you does protest too much, but go ahead and start that skiff up.
Ramir, I love you very dearly. And then I'll just.
I cast less armor.
It's just headcanon. Farrell can't drive. No,
Everyone's just too scared to take her license away from her.
she's gonna push the gas really quickly just to scare Willie and then drive normally.
Okay, so as you all start making your way around the city of Asgard, a little bit of a rough start with Farrell kind of taking the wheel, much like when a scared teenager just gets their driver's license. It's a bit of a start and go.
This is the third time I've driven. I'm doing better.
Make a performance check.
All right, bet.
But can you parallel park yet?
The skiff? No. Please don't put that on the test. All right, performance.
Why is performance check driving a skiff? Because my game, fuck you. That's
Because
why.
you can. That's why. Okay, that's all right. It's a 14. It's okay.
14. So yeah, you do a little bit better. You're not
A
as
little
jittery to the right, to the left, and like hugging the brake and just stopping every like 5 seconds. You're like gliding a bit. A couple of sharp turns that your friends have to like kind of.
Oh no, the
just
short
whip
turn
on-
thing is 100% just
onto the rails a little bit, making those turns. But for the most part, you're able to glide your way down. One thing you do notice as you're making your way over to the lakeside cottage is there is this fairly large structure being created sort of near where the Bifrost Bridge is. Almost in a sense similar to like the Globe Theatre in London. Like there's this big proscenium, this theater of sorts that's being kind of hauled together. You see various mages wearing those very particular robes from the academy. They're kind of raising large pieces of wood and building structure and sort of mending them together to make this kind of giant sort of horseshoe circle. You kind of see the back end of it. You don't really get to see the front of it, but that's kind of the sense you get from the structure. It looks like some sort of giant theater of sorts that's being kind of built in preparation for tonight's events.
Oh, I'm gonna kind of glance over, point it out, and then turn back to driving because I know if I keep my eyes off too long, I'm gonna crash.
You gotta go off the path a little bit.
I'm good.
Some villagers in the lower city are like, "Oh, watch it!" Like, "Well,
Sorry.
Ramira?
As this is happening, I lean over to Fiend and I'm like, it's like a horse. Wherever their head goes, that's where the rest of the body goes.
Except for when Farrell's driving. And
Do you want to drive
horses,
me?
horses are crafty.
Not the point. That's just a side bit. Kevin, would I like be picking up on any concept of like what kind of funeral this is going to be? Is this going to be like, wow, we're all very sad and everyone shut up and listen to the people? Or is it going to be like, wow, this is a celebration of life? Woo!
Yeah, make a history check just to determine, because the type of traditions in Asgard bleed into Midgard a lot. A lot of societies have built their traditions on theirs, so this is something that you could determine.
Right. That you said history?
Yeah.
Is 21.
Ooh.
Who am I tonight? I sucked up John's luck tonight. He has my luck now.
Yeah, so again, like it's been talked about through your time here, like this funeral being more of a celebration of life. It's you know, the vibe you get is not so much in the sense of like sadness, mourning. It's more of a celebration of the life of Thor passing on into Valhalla.
Okay.
Celebrating a mighty, legendary, mythic figure that affected so much of existence in his time being here. So it's a bit of a sadness in that he's gone, but also, you know, more uplifting in that, like, you know, look at all the things he's done. We're happy to have him as long as he did, kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
No worries. But with that, as your skiff kind of starts to veer off more to the left, outside the city limits, we come to Tarek. After a few moments' time, making your way through the main city gates, finding yourself in that familiar space in front of the palace, going up those steps through the various hallways, those stained glass windows, those various portraits of the royal family, of Odin, his conquests and everything. You find yourself through that very particular hallway, that very tall ivory set of doors, filigrated with gold outlinings. Kind of make your way over there, take a breath, just hoping he's in a good mood.
Don't know if you will be, but it's fine.
Open the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Enter in the very familiar throne room.
Mm-hmm.
Various pedestals of items in front of him. Those stairway, that familiar stone stairway that goes up to his very ornate throne. Various perches for his ravens to kind of accompany him. You see him muttering something to himself, reading some parchment. You're fairly far away to be able to kind of hear what he's reciting, but kind of hear a pattern over and over again, like, no, thinking something, like preparing a speech kind of thing, rehearsing it.
Tarek will kind of he'll approach, but he won't intrude. He will wait. And he'll kind of like stand and kind of in a place where his presence will be known, but he won't intrude. He'll wait until he is summoned forward.
Okay. So do you kind of are you standing there, or you kind of enter and like put your knee down in a stance that's like waiting to be addressed, or?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just kind of bow and wait.
Okay. So you do that, and eventually he kind of turns over. Ah, Tarek. What brings you to my doors this day? And he starts to walk down those mighty stone steps, his velvet black cloak cape kind of draping down in his very large form.
It's good to see you. I know tonight is a big event, and it's going to be, well, we're all ready. I hope my attire will suit. Pearl actually picked it out for me.
Looks very extravagant.
Mm.
I prefer a good set of armor any day, but
I agree.
appearances.
I had a few things, actually. I wanted to thank you for the help you gave me yesterday in contacting my family. I was able to speak with them. I learned a good few things. It's not quite my memories back, but it's a start. The biggest lead I've had in, 10 years. I spoke with my sister. One of a few things about my family, where they are, where I can find them when I have time to visit them. I think you'll find this one quite entertaining. I learned my last name as well, my family name.
Pray tell, what would be your last name, Tarek?
Emir, if you can believe.
Emir. Sounds familiar.
It should. Tarek kind of makes a face, trying to work out if he's being sarcastic or not. The number of times he's heard this story.
Make an insight check.
Like, is he capable? Is this humor? Is this a woke thing? Is he being woke right now? Is Odin doing a woke thing? That is a 14 plus. What was his insight?
What was your roll?
14 plus. If it was plus insight, that would make it 19.
Yeah. So he says that sounds familiar, and then with his one sort of metal patch over his one eye, just looks at you, winks with the other.
I thought it was quite fitting, and I certainly don't believe in coincidences, but well, there are many I have met on Midgard who are unaware of, well, yourself and there's the other Asgardians. But they seem to know of you all, and, well, I thought it was quite fitting.
I am humbled, Tarek. Family is important.
It is.
Family is important.
And he starts to look down at the ground.
I was hoping, since I won't be able to go and see them immediately, I might possibly be able to, if you'd be willing, I would ask that perhaps an agent be sent to keep an eye on them and keep a connection between here and there until I can visit myself, just for their own safety. I feel that now that I have made contact with them, they could be at risk. I would not ask you to bring them here. That would be asking too much.
You feel their lives are in danger?
Perhaps with those who might try to get to me through them, as they have tried to do before.
The underdwellers.
Still at it, are they?
They have been quiet whilst I've been here, but no doubt that once I leave, they will be at it again. However, being able to speak with my family and clear up a few things about my past has certainly eased my mind and perhaps put a few things to rest, and has given me more time to think about your offer. And Tarek will go into his bag and produce the book that he was given by Odin.
The Paladins of Asgard. You have reconsidered?
I believe it would be good to sever this connection between them and me. Whilst it is fractured and broken, it is still there. And if I can disconnect entirely, not draw on any of their powers, and draw directly from your own that you have given me, I feel that would be better.
Starts walking towards you. And it's been a while since you've been in fairly close proximity to Odin. It feels like these past few weeks, your interactions have just been feeling like at an arm's length, for a better state of terms. Like, it's felt like it's been keeping you a bit at a distance.
Yeah.
He walks to you, and his form is just impressive and intimidating. Closer and closer. It gets like within just a few feet of you. Looking up at him. His hand weighs heavy on your shoulder.
This is your decision then. Once you make this promise, there is no going back.
I understand. This is certainly not the first time I've made a deal like this, but I'm willing to make another, and I hope this will be my last.
He looks up at you, or looks down at you, but raises his head. Smile. Starts to smirk on Odin's face for the first time, and never have you really seen him smile, to be honest.
Oh God. Oh.
And he
Tarek doesn't show it, but he gets a little, oh no, what does that mean? Oh no, is that bad? Oh God. Oh no,
the
what have I done?
hand that's on your shoulder, he grips it tight and picks you up by your shoulder.
Oh God.
Up a few feet. Your feet and your legs are kind of lifted off the ground. And he brings you in and he hugs you. And this slow...
He does what?
In this slow, like, embracing moment, you feel your body like... and like your arms are just getting squished, your body in this embrace from his Viking body.
I'm so very glad to hear it, Tarek.
How much damage do I take?
And then
60 temp health.
puts you down.
I knew the hammer chose you for a reason. And now with this promise, it will fully be integrated back into our ranks, my boy. It comes full circle. Your head is clear. You are no longer trying to chase down dark deeds and dark paths. You are now on the light. And I will be happy to grant you this request during the events tonight. Nothing better to usher out one god of thunder and enter in anew.
Oh, okay.
Little G.
Little G. Little G.
This will take
Tarek?
some time. This
Yeah,
is not
Tarek will just go very
happening
kind of
tonight.
wide-eyed, just be like, oh.
But a decision of this could not be made half-ass. With your mind, body, and spirit fully integrated with the Molnir by your side, you will be a shining light to the Asgardian kingdom.
Thank you.
Proud of you, my boy.
I would be honored.
You've come a long way. Tonight we celebrate not only the passing of a legend, but the making of another, plus the integration of one of the finest Asgardian royal knights these realms have seen in quite some time.
Tarek will just bow deeply again, like he'll like drop to a knee and just bow deeply and just say, thank you, Lord Odin. I won't let you down.
I will.
Shut up, fiends, you're not here. Fiend.
During the coronation, I shall call upon you. Make sure your friends are near. They too will be a part of this ceremony.
Oh, right. I will do so. Thank you.
Now go. Prepare yourself. For tonight, the heavens shout down onto Midgard and all the realms that we are back. It just signals you out to leave as the massive raven that's kind of near his throne on the stone steps on that sort of oak wood spit just lands on his shoulder.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just realized what that meant. Cool. Yep. Tarek will just kind of he'll kind of notice that, but he will kind of still be very kind of wide-eyed, overwhelmed by what was just said. And he will he'll just stand and he will give another bow and make his way out. Turns around.
As
Also,
you-
happy Father's Day.
As you
All Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to the fathers, single mothers, and stepdads.
Heck yeah.
But as you take that leaf and be like, your heart is like palpitating 1,000 times a minute.
Okay.
You don't know how to process all this information that's been given to you. Odin's being nice to you, praising you, becoming a what the fuck? Like all these emotions going through your head as that raven sits down and you kind of, yes, at once you get up, make a perception check as you just start to turn around and leave the room.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I rolled a 5. I rolled a 5.
You guys, fuck, I'm trying here. So you take your leave and exit for Odin to leave him to his own preparations for tonight's festivities. As you kind of
Cool.
start to make your way, you're reuniting with your friends back at the cabin. Or do you have anything else you wanted to do before heading out there?
So quick question, Kevin. How much Asgardian gold do I have? So I want to see if there are some things I can try and find to buy. Some upgrades, perhaps.
Yeah. Hard to say. I'm trying to think. How much gold do you have right now?
I have about 1,100. Just
1,000.
regular.
100. Probably a good third of that would be Asgardian gold.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I had an idea of something, but it's probably way more expensive than that. I'll come back to that.
So as you leave the castle grounds, we'll shift cutscenes to the rest of the Frostbreakers as they have their skiff sort of skipping on the lake water down to their lakeside dock as the rest of you are holding on to the railings.
Hey, I didn't do that bad on my performance check. I'm just going a little faster than I probably should.
Sam was less dangerous.
Don't you bring up that robot to me, fiend. I will crash this skiff right now.
I think he did 300 damage to me. I'm still more afraid of this skiff.
She'll kind of look. I swear to God, I will crash this right now. Sir Strange has already said that he'll die.
But which god? You don't believe in any.
You're right.
Say that.
So it won't matter until we all end up.
I believe in plenty. I don't pray to any.
Oh, I believe in none.
Well, there's one right down the street if you'd like to talk to.
I think she means believe in sense of like puts her trust in rather than believe
correct.
like they are
What
realistic.
about the moon? Isn't the moon like a god?
The moon is a god.
Yes.
She is
In fact, I serve her essentially.
yeah. Okay. As a side note, the moon is radiant and thick. But
She respects boundaries.
she respects boundaries.
Mhm.
But no, I don't believe in any. As in, there are powerful people. There are not powerful deities.
I'm just holding out for the right one. Me.
Well, when you find the right one, let me know.
Will do.
Thanks. I'm gonna
Send you a postcard. It'll be Pray to Fiend.
Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you. I'll make sure.
Well,
to put my
that's going to be
entire
difficult for the shirts I had printed.
King first, then God.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. When you become a god, let me know.
Scratches
I
now.
will make sure to make an altar or something.
I'm sure
Yeah.
I am the only one of us that has a path to becoming a god.
Ayo, fiend about to be real pissed.
But the moon is
So
lovely.
guys,
and
you'll never believe.
he's like, shit.
Putin thinks I could be a god. What?
Loki thinks that could be a god. No, I will park the skiff as we're having this conversation, and like for now, maybe your kingliness on his way to godhood should get some sleep.
Yeah, I have to speak to Hathawin first,
Oh, true.
and then I'm going to bed.
Okay, fair. I'm gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're all getting off the skiff. And Sir Strange, did you have anything like before we actually exit the skiff? Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't like we were gonna ignore you. Okay. Okay, I think we're leaving then.
Doing my best dad walk back to the cabin.
Sketch your shape up in the mall.
Okay. All right. No, I think we are going inside.
So going inside,
I'll call out. We're back. Momentarily.
and as you sort of go into the front doors, again, you've been gone for a while now. Bits and pieces of furniture, once again, have little bits gnawed out of them. Some of the chairs, like one of the wooden legs, kind of gnawed off and fallen down to the side.
Salil, there. Why are none of you watching the Chewingas?
You come home to the living room, and it is like if a bunch of puppies just got in to your living room and just ripped apart the furniture, like pillows, everything. And the little Hathawin, the dryad, just has her little like green legs over the top of the chair, just like holding down, like kicking the legs back and forth, just watching the Chewingas just rip things apart. Just looks up at you. Oh, hello. Hi. You made it back. How's everyone doing?
Boys, I put my arms down on the ground for the Chewingas.
And they just start like rip. They're like they both have a pillow that just like, just like ripping back and forth, and fluff is just being flown out of it. And they see Fiend and they scurry up to the arms, like a bunch of little chipmunks just running around in all directions.
Wonderful, wonderful. I start handing them like bits of dried meat and stuff. Farrell, it's a good thing you have mending.
Why is Thayer not watching them? I'm gonna look to Hathawin. Hathawin, where are the bards?
They probably found something with 2 legs to do activities with.
You ask Hathawin, like, where are the other 2 bards? Like,
Yeah.
oh, well, at one point they came downstairs, saw the Chewingas eating and having a good time. They had that look that sometimes you and Tarek had a little while back. Just like, like frowny kind of thing. And they just did
Tarek's
like
face all the time.
They just did like a nope kind of thing, and they went upstairs.
Okay, great. Hathawin, you're very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sure they thought you were very cute, though. I'm sure.
I would die for Hathawin.
Same.
Okay, Hathawin, I love you very much. I'm gonna go upstairs.
Oh, that's nice.
And see why the bards are being frowny faces. And I'm gonna go upstairs to check on the bards.
How was your trip? And she just kind of looks at everyone.
Educational.
Oh?
And painful. Hathawin, I have a question for you. What is the gem at the center of the Feywild?
What is it?
Right. Yes. You're familiar with the Fey, are you not?
Yes. It's been a few thousand years since I've been there. I have... What I can
There's
recall...
a giant tree in the middle housing some sort of gem.
It's a little bit fuzzy. She's just trying to remember anything from the Feywild, any details, histories. Lifeblood.
Oh, important.
Pulse, a great source of power, energies, gives birth to life.
So like a heart.
Yeah.
So it's essentially the heart of the Feywild.
I mean, could be.
If somebody were to remove a heart, obviously the thing would die.
I don't know if it would die.
That's good. That's better. That's
Define
more on the
die.
positive. It's more on the bean side of things. Negative, but not quite positive.
I mean, it's never really ever happened, so I don't know.
That this is a cataclysmic, timeline-altering concept.
Those words. I don't. Maybe. I mean, it's not like. Like Feywild is an idea. It's a concept. It's I don't know if you can ever kill it. Really? Like, can you?
Let's say, okay, since we're going with the the anatomy concept, what if this was more like a limb, and we chopped it off? Would it regrow back, or would they never be the same again? Can you liken it to anything? Would you say that this would be accustomed to a generational curse?
The heart of the Feywild keeps things in balance, helps keep the chaos contained, as hard as that is to do.
Right.
If one were to remove it, I mean, it's never happened, but I mean, the organized chaos would get more chaotic.
Okay, so you're saying if someone or something were to remove that heart, that the Feywild might eke into other facets of the planes?
Yeah.
That does kind of sound cataclysmic and timeline altering. on an astronomical level. Doesn't it, Fiend?
I just think it sounds like a bit of cocaine would be shot into different realms. And chaotic as it will. I know the right person to ask for this.
The right person or an echo chamber that will tell you what you want to hear?
No, the right person. But you told me not to tell you all the details.
Well, now I'm not so sure that we agree on what cataclysmic time-altering events are. Which does put us at a bit of a pickle.
That's as crazy as the Feywild can get. I mean, it's an emotional realm. It reacts to your wants and needs and state of being. I mean, removing that, I don't know what it would be after that.
So, like remembering?
Possibly. It's a little hard for me to remember.
That's okay. Sometimes it's hard to remember things.
I'm sure once we get there, things will become more clear.
I hope so.
Or less. Less is also fun.
Is that where I'm from?
Oh, sweet baby. It could be.
I believe so.
Or maybe some
lots of trees, I've heard.
That would be fun.
Wouldn't it, though?
Sounds great.
We could all start remembering things together. Isn't that right, Strange?
Yeah.
Remember how we want to get me that heart of the tree. Now,
oh boy.
I do believe it is time for sleep, and I think these chewingas are coming with me.
Shouldn't you feed them first?
I have been feeding them.
I have. Fantastic.
Okay. So as Fiend goes off to rest with his little chewingas kind of fluttering all about in his hands, did anyone else want to do anything before you took your little daytime nap?
I'm just going up to yell at the bards, which is for not watching the children. Also
yeah, you go up.
With us,
you go up to the upper floor and just hear a familiar.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. Hold on. Okay, Ramir, do your thing real quick because I'm about to.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So
that'd be great.
I think what Ramir is going to do in this intermediary space is she's going to find somewhere that would be ideal to set up a permanent altar, probably in her room, ? Maybe in the windowsill where like the moonlight hits, because that's why she chose the room that she chose, is so the moon could like see out to the moon. And she's gonna go ahead and kind of just build like something more proper and give like a little daily offering and say a nice little like prayer. Not necessarily like actually trying to glean anything, but she kind of just quietly thinks to herself and says, you know, Moon Lady, I don't really know what to do anymore. I think maybe I made a mistake telling Fiend not to tell me everything, but I just feel like maybe I would be able to help more if I knew a little bit less. Anyways, that's not really the point. If you happen to have an ear out, or you know how you do, for Strange's memories, or maybe just some peace for them. I don't know. And then she kind of just like finishes up her little ceremony and closes it.
Okay. You get your altar out. Your what kind of effects do you have in this altar? Is it like a book that you're writing sort of passages in, or like items that you're putting down there?
Well, she has like little candles that she would light, and then she has a book, so she'd probably write in her book. It's what is it called? I would call it a prayer journal. So like she kind of would just write her things down there and then and put that in. Oh, and she's gonna put the tarot card that she got from Draenith and like set it up as part of her permanent altar there as well.
Nice.
Put a little food and stuff.
Say that prayer, put that out there in the world. And again, it's kind of still midday. The moon's not necessarily out, but from here, you're in Asgard. You're like, there's this kind of sort of space galaxy kind of hue that's kind of always around you at all times. You can kind of look outside your window. You can kind of see the moon sort of situated out far, faded away, but in its full form. And saying this, and again, not saying this really necessarily wanting a response,
Mm-hmm.
but you kind of wait a moment and you hear something. Make a perception check.
It's just the bed squeaking.
Oh no, I'm about to do a thing after you're done.
I'm sorry, what was the check?
Perception.
That is a 27. No, sorry, that's a lie. 17. I can count.
17. Apart from hearing that faint squeaking in the background, a few tomes, a few books that you've kind of laid on the ground. Just from the corner of your eye, you see a couple of them go fall over on the ground.
I go pick it up, I guess.
You go to pick it up. You look at the wall, and it's like it's really weird. From the periphery of your eyes, you pick up these books that fell down, and you swear you could see two little ethereal rabbit ears just kind of pass through the wall and over to the other side.
She just kind of smiles and puts the books back and extinguishes the candles and probably takes a nap after that. Naps.
Okay. After going down, taking a nap, Farrell, you wanted to try something?
Oh, I'm about to yell at these two bards.
Okay.
So hearing that and being like, God damn it, here we go again. Just like the old days. I'm gonna do one solid knock on the door and then boost my voice with thaumaturgy and say, I swear if you two are doing anything other than jumping on the bed, I will polymorph you back into a weasel in Toon's honor.
Sound just stops.
That's what I thought. Get your damn clothes on.
You don't open the door or anything?
I'm gonna wait until I hear anything. Like something moving or the shuffling of clothing or something. I'll give it a second, then I'll open the door.
You open the door, and both of them are just like standing on top of the bed with all like the pillows and blankets kind of all over the place.
So Farrell's just like, what are you guys doing?
Passing the time. What'd you
Are
think
you
we were
jumping
doing?
on the bed?
Yeah.
Farrell, at the moment, all of the stress, all of the fight, everything just dissipates off of her as she just hits the ground in a fit of laughter as she is just crying and sobbing. She's like, oh my God, I needed that. It was just wiping tears from her eyes. I am so tired.
It's okay. I'm just kind of bored here. We're in Godtown. We can't really do anything.
Why didn't you ask me for something to do?
I don't know. We didn't even know you were here. You just shouted from the hallway. Like,
okay, when I hear
there's
the
crazy rabid
No.
creatures downstairs ripping the furniture apart.
I'm sorry, did I not introduce you to the Chewingas?
Kinda? You're like, here's some elemental spirit things. Have fun.
I'm sorry, I didn't specify. I'm gonna get up from my spot where I was rolling on the floor in laughter. Wipe my eyes. I'm so sorry. Oh, I just God, sorry. My brain was the worst places. I'm so tired. I had to fight the stupidest things.
Oh, do you want to hug it out or get?
Yeah, I just want a hug and then I'm gonna sleep.
Okay. All right. And they both kind of come over to you and kind of give you a little bit of a hug, trying to help you de-stress a bit.
She's just gonna like do that thing where she just on both of their arms as they're crossed over her, just and put her head just on both of them. I'm in the nap now.
Okay, so as you're taking your nap as well, anyone else wanted to get anything done?
Oh, I meant to ask them too. Like as she's flopping into bed, are you guys going to the funeral? Or are you staying here with all of your boredom?
I think we didn't know the god of thunder.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's great. You can wear the clothing some other time. Now I'm gonna roll over.
Like a little, I don't know, above our pay grade, maybe.
Well, I wouldn't. Well, no, but
You guys getting paid?
You guys are getting paid? No, you know what? That's fair. I'm gonna sleep. Good night.
Okay.
Sleep.
So everyone kind of taking that long rest. Everyone did what they need to do.
Do I
At this
come back
point,
at some point?
yeah. At this point, Tarek, can say you've made your way back to the cottage as well, to reunite with everybody. As you see, you come back to the living room. There's just kind of bits of furniture and fluff and everything all over the place.
Doesn't even acknowledge it. It's like,
But you're able to take that long rest with everyone else. But as you all fall asleep,
Oh boy.
Feral,
oh no.
Hey, Kevin.
as you go to rest before the evening's proceedings,
Yeah.
in your room with the bards kind of laying down on the floor, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
Okay. Please don't fail me now, Dice.
Are the bots sleeping too? It's like the middle of the day, isn't it?
To be fair, they were very bored, and their bards still nap whenever.
Fair.
Okay. Please don't fail me now. I'm so stressed. You have no idea. This is at 20. Oh, let's go. Oh, the one
So
time
you're-
it mattered.
So here's the thing: the bards themselves aren't like asleep.
Yeah, but that's still a nat
Oh,
20.
that would have been bad.
It's a nat
Yeah.
20 plus 2, so
So nat
22.
20.
Oh my god. The one time it mattered.
So they're in the room, just kind of chilling, hanging out, midday, taking a nap.
Right.
Various dreams coming through your head. Your hand just starts to reach into your bag on the floor, clutching the handle. Start to kind of raise it, and then hey, what you got there?
Am I awake?
You're suddenly coming to your consciousness, holding this red and gold outlined dagger. Oh, you got the knife. Has it been suiting you well?
Did you see me pull this?
No, you were kind of laid on one side of the bed, arm dangling. Figured you were just looking at it.
No. I was asleep. And I
You're
heard
like
your voice.
sleepwalking or something.
Sleep stabbing.
I've never slept walked before. You know that.
That's true. I would know.
You would know, and I've never done that. I'm gonna put the knife. I'm gonna kind of turn it over in my hands, and confused. When you had it, it didn't do anything weird. Like,
Weird?
yeah, other than the obvious.
No. It's just a really nice dagger. Figured you just use it. You know, I'm not that ostentatious kind of guy. But you like shiny things.
Hey, look, I like some shiny things. I'm gonna slowly put it back in my bag. But now I've made a mental note that was really strange. Kind of look at my hands. Hey, you haven't seen me pull it like any other times, have you?
No.
I just don't remember ever doing that. Maybe I'm just really tired.
You said you had a long day. Maybe just,
Right.
hand slipped in there. Maybe you just half awake.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we did fight like an evil Warforged thing. Oh. Okay. Can you? I'm gonna push my bag like further away from the bed. I'm gonna take it up and slide it all the way on the other side of the room and give it back down. If I walk or anything, will you tell me when I wake up, please?
If I see you sleepwalking, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or like, wake me up nicely.
Okay. I'll wake you up nicely.
Thank you.
I mean, you have been fighting like little gods and things like that, so
Little
you
G's.
you
Little
might
G's.
be a little stressed out. It's fine.
Look,
If you're
look.
walking around, I'll let you know if I notice.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay. I'm gonna lay back down. I finish up the rest of my sleep.
So with that, the effect of the knife did not take effect.
Nice.
My stress, I wish you could have seen my hands shaking. It's like I'm so stressed.
But with that, some hours pass as the light outside starts to turn from radiant yellow into that orange crimson hue as the sunset starts to fall, going into night.
Mm.
And you all have taken a long rest. So you can add all those benefits
Thank God.
to your sheets.
Woo!
Thank God.
Sounds like a long rest.
Long rest.
As you all
Staff thought they were muted this whole time.
that move away
Clangity,
was
clang, clang,
like the best move away from a computer I've ever seen. You're like, I'm just gonna slowly go away.
I was just proud of my death. That's what you heard, is me recovering from tripping. I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted.
Oh, I'm surprised to hear like, oh shit.
So good.
Except like, I'll believe it now.
Oh fuck, that was good.
All right. So as we have come back from our long rest,
Thank you, chat, for also encouraging us.
you go on to put on your evening wares for the event.
Again.
Go out of the house, make sure the Chewingas and Hathorn are looked after. Go on your skiff. Start sailing towards the structure in front of the Bifrost. You start to see, just like at a lantern festival or some sort of like inner city event, just droves of the local villagers and Asgardian residents just start in large groups walking towards that structure. Thousands of lights, like tea lights, decorated all over the city as each resident is carrying this strange, like radiant orb of sorts with like swirling kind of dark gray matter inside of it, but each carrying the just beacons of light basically gathered around the entrance to the Bifrost. And as your skiff starts to approach,
He's driving.
we are going to take our break. So,
That fell for no reason.
I didn't fall, and that's why you heard the clamoring.
we're going to take our quick break, everyone, before we move on to Thor's funeral. Finally.
Just for clarification, did Tarek come back to the house, take a long
Yeah.
rest, and then leave
Yes.
with us? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I
came
just wanted
back.
to make sure I was
Everyone
cool.
took a long rest.
I'm with you
Hilarity,
guys.
hilarity
Yeah.
ensued. It's just been one of those streams
It's
today.
been such a good
I've got a thing for that when we come back.
But yeah, guys, we're gonna take a quick little 5-10 minute break, and then we come back.
Then I'll let Tarek drive the skiff this time, since you.
Oh, okay. He's probably not the best frame of mind to do that right now.
I will. I'll remind you later. But
all right, guys, we'll be right back. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Jody Rose, this is Joe. And we are back. The manic energy continues.
Woo!
It's too hot for where I am right now.
It's too hot. Damn.
It's 94 degrees.
It's too hot.
Summer is here, but
the funeral. I need to change my lights. There we go.
Funeral. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be.
Now we getting serious. But thank you all so much for sticking around while we took a little break there to refill the drinks, stretch the legs. But now the time has come, everyone, as we now approach the funeral for the Thunder God himself, Thor Odin.
I'm just waiting for the thunder.
Yes.
We actually can't afford the copyright on that, so you will not be hearing that.
Oh, so it's just our rendition.
Well, we can do
Yes.
25 seconds without a copyright, I think.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that was it.
We get crisp 18.
No, that's all you get. Eric, you're driving the skiff. I gave it to you just so that way it would look fancy when we pull up. Okay, thanks.
Why am I driving?
Because Farrell said so. She actually
Eric
gave you.
is not in the mindset to drive right now.
If you're not in the mindset, I'll give it the Fiend.
I'll drive.
Okay.
So, as you give the wheel over to Tarek, all of you dressed in your various evening wear that you had purchased the day previous, your skiff starts to drive up towards this massive amounts of Asgardians and locals all huddling to this mass in front of the Bifrost, all holding these spheres of radiant light. And as you get closer, Tarek, you recognize some of the more elite royal guards that are situated near the front. You get off your skiff, there's tons of people everywhere, and you're kind of wading your way through. One of the head guards kind of sees you, he goes, this way, come, and sort of like holds people back to make space for you as you're kind of, a path is made for you to get sort of to the front. As the sort of there's you look over and it's like ants on an anthill. There's just thousands and thousands of people all around this structure. Looking behind you, coming from behind that sort of theater proscenium, you now can see in the front of it. And it is indeed this sort of horseshoe structure with just stadium stands, like one after the other, like various rows of people. There's a row of seats at the center and a stage on the other side that's kind of open up like this, with the Bifrost kind of on the other side of the opening. And you're kind of huddled at the start, at the very sort of front of this huddled mass of people. You're with your fellow Frostbreakers, kind of looking around. There's just not a tension, but an excitement in the air. There's lots of just voices just talking to each other all over. It's now gone into night. The stars, the galaxies in the sky are radiant. There's just like someone took a paintbrush and was just brushing multiple stars and galaxies and Milky Ways all over the place. The moon itself is bright and full in the sky. The moonlight shining down onto you, and everyone's just kind of in hurried anticipation for what's kind of happening. And the rest of you are just like not really sure what to expect. You're all kind of adjusting your clothes and just sort of weighing around. And then you hear far down behind you, "Make way for the royal family of Asgard!" And you just see this mass amounts of people starting to just start to part. As off in the distance, you see Odin decorated in these fine materials, clothing, cloaks that he normally doesn't wear. He's usually wearing like silvery metals, heavy leathers, bronze, but this time he's mirroring the adornment of Thor. He's wearing a long red cloak that kind of billows down his body and leaves a train behind him. Bright silver, sort of paladin knight armor glistening all around him. He's wearing a helmet with 2 wings that flutter up in those sort of jagged points that Thor's helmet used to be, with the sides of the face kind of jutting down. And he's holding a candle in his hand and is just walking at a slow pace forward. And there are a series of people behind him. By his side is, of course, his wife, Freya, who in her own right is the goddess of love and fertility. In this gorgeous, like, gold blue sequence gown, hair adorned in multiple braids, flowers in her hair. Behind Odin and Freya are 2 of Odin's other close allies, Balder, who is the other son of Odin, and beside, sort of carrying this casket-like structure. One side is Balder, and on the other side is Tyr, who is the god of war, law, and justice. On the other end of the casket is a female, adorned again, sort of silver breastplate armor, reds, golds, long flowing golden hair, is that of Sif, who is the leader of the Valkyrie. And beside her is another one of the Valkyrie holding Thor's casket. And they slowly start to make their way towards the opening of the Bifrost. And at this point, an orchestra starts to play very melodic, dramatic, emotional, sort of akin to like Viking, Scandinavian sort of songs and music. These violins strum brilliantly throughout the night sky, carrying not Thor's body, because all they could find was his arm, essentially, from the attack that had happened that started this whole thing. But in the casket, sort of this open structure that's made of wood, kindling, bits of hay, twigs, and things like that, very Nordic, naturalistic, is not a body, or not even a sort of an effigy of a body, but Thor's armor. His helmet is there, his breastplate, his cape, boots, gauntlets, everything that he wore into battle is there laid out in front. Slowly bring him to the forefront of the Bifrost. And you start to see various guards and royal help starting to bring boats onto the sea that the Bifrost is stacked over. Each of them with their own set of lights and torches, signifying each boat glistening in the night. You can see that there are hundreds of them laid out in the sea as they all start to kind of gather and make their way to the centerpiece of this ritual, this celebration of sorts. As the royal family kind of make their way to the front of the crowd, you're kind of situated over to the left at the very front, at the entrance of the Bifrost, and you see Thor's massive form pass by with this wooden open casket. They bring it to the front, gently put it down. The family kind of move behind the sort of carved out wooden placement, with Odin's back to thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Asgardian residents. The shining golden city reflecting off the starlight, the torches, and the radiant spheres that everyone has. Odin's body seems still for a minute as his back is towards you all. You don't hear him take a deep breath, but his body, his shoulders go up tight and relax. And he starts to speak some words. I loved my son. I loved his fervor, his moxie, his hell-be-damned spirit. He starts to turn around. I loved the lightning in his heart. I loved the mighty Thor. Fully turned around at this point, addressing his realm, his kingdom. He came like the wind touched everything. And like the wind, he was gone. To Midgard, he was myth, legend. To the realms and beyond, he was their savior. And to Asgard, he was your brother. To a king, he was my son. Thor was many things to many people. No matter the expectation, he strived to break through those expectations and be the absolute best at every single one of them. I will miss him dearly. Asgard will mourn. But as the ways of the universe continue on, so shall we. Many an age ago, he looks down at the armament of Thor. I cast you out so that you could learn to be worthy. And now, I cast you out once more into the heavenly arms of the Valkyrie and Valhalla. May the All-Father's lights show you the way to salvation, my dear sweet boy. And he bends down and kisses the helmet of Thor, Odin's son. And as the rest of the family sort of carry the presentation of his body, they start to guide it down the banks into the glistening ocean that's just mirroring and reflecting the stars above. For all intents and purposes, it looks like Asgard for this night is just floating on space itself. And as the boat enters into the water, the clear glass reflection starts to ripple on either sides of the wooden boat as it starts to drift out to sea. We reunite you with your kinsmen, with the soldiers of Asgard that gave their lives in service of the realms. Youthful innocence must ever be nurtured. Children deserve only love and devotion and should be protected at any cost. And in truth, they are our future, our living legacy to the parade of endless tomorrows. Let Asgard show you the way, my boy. Guide him. And as everyone starts lifting up these radiant orbs, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of radiant glowing lights start to float up into the night sky above. And as this barrage of boats start to flow out, following the path of the Bifrost, edging towards the waterfall cliff that just seemingly peters off. They're about a third of the way there. Today is not only to grieve, but to celebrate Asgard's future ahead. Many of you questioned the actions of a king to give such a noble gift, a godly gift such as Mjolnir, to one who is not a part of our ranks. And looks over to Tarek. But this tiefling, this amalgamation of dark and light, has proven himself time and time again devoted his intentions to the ways of Asgard and our people. And it is tonight that he has chosen to break the bonds of his dark past and fully devote himself to Odin's son, to Asgard, to the realms and beyond. Tarek Amir, step forward.
Tarek takes a deep breath and gives a nod to his companions.
They give him just like a nice little tap on the shoulder. You got this.
He'll just nod to you. He looks terrified.
You got this. You got
But he'll take a breath and he will step forward.
Less is more.
Trip.
As you step forward, adorned in your newly acquired dark red tunic and looking more in the Asgardian way of fashion than you have in a while. Step forward to the Allfather. As you do, you kind of step in front of him around 5 to 10 feet. City of people all looking on around you as this clear path is separated now into this kind of V-like structure, with your Frostbreaker friends on one side, the royal family behind Odin. Take a knee, my son.
Tarek will do so. Yep. He will take a knee. Deep bow.
Summon the hammer.
He will hold out his hand and he will summon it to this plane, into his hand.
Far off, lightning and thunder rolls in the distance as you summon Mjolnir to your hand. Repeat these words after me. I promise on my faith.
I promise on my faith
that I will in the future be faithful to the realm.
that in future I will be faithful to the realm.
Never cause it harm, and will observe my homage to him, to them, and to all completely.
Ben's brain is struggling. He repeats that. Sorry.
Against all persons.
Against all persons.
In good faith.
In good faith.
And without deceit.
And without deceit.
Rise. Tarek Emir of Odin's son.
raise your weapon and claim your title.
Tarek will stand, just take a moment, look to Odin, nod, just hold up the hammer to the sky.
A bolt of lightning streaks down from the sky, connecting to your hammer. Everyone around you takes a step back as this shining beam of light just radiates all around you. This blue streaks of veins start to climb down to your hands, down your arms, down your ribs. You feel your armor start to cling to your body over your tunic. Your coat starts to emanate down past your knees. The collar goes high, and a circlet appears around your forehead and around your back of your head in shining silver. 2 parts of metal gleam down past your cheekbones, and wings go up past your head. Your hammer starts to radiate and pulsate. And you look down, and the insignia of Mjolnir burned and etched into one side. Now, my boy, gather your kin. And he looks over to the Frostbreakers.
Yeah. Tarek will turn to the group of you, still looking very nervous to you all, and just give a nod and kind of gesture for you guys to come forward.
This is up to you to do.
Yeah. He looks nervous, but he kind of gives you all just a reassuring smile and just kind of gestures for you guys to come forward.
Will do.
Sure.
As you all start to gather around Tarek. Odin still standing there, signaling up to the sky. Tarek's hand held up with the hammer and looks down at all of you. Frostbreakers, take a knee. As holding the hammer, Tarek takes a step back as the 4 of you start to line up in front of him.
Farrell looks to Fiend.
Fiend looks pissed. Fiend never likes to take a knee. But begrudgingly and shaking, just...
Tarek will just look to Fiend and no, and I'll just give him just that look, just like, come on, just this one time. Do it for your buddy Tarek. Come on.
I'm doing it for my buddy Tarek.
Yeah.
Ramir is also gonna kind of just like lovingly but like chagriningly tap his shoulder like, you're doing a good job.
Oh, he uses you to get down on one.
Farrell hesitates, but does it anyways.
My son had many strengths, many abilities. It took him a long time to learn one single thing. Much can be done on your own, but with allies by your side, there's nothing you can't achieve. And for the Frostbreakers, you too have done much for the realm in times that we desperately needed it. And for you, I also offer these titles of Knights of Asgard. To carry on everything we represent, to uphold the strength and the wills of our people, and all that it represents.
And he reaches over to the family as they reach behind their backs. and hold up what look like they're not staffs. They have each of them with different colors and adornments to them. It's a wooden handle, two-based, with a very long blade attached. One has a wooden oak-like handle with red leather kind of wrapped around it with this red sphere on the bottom of it. The other one with a darker metal is blackened wood with a piece of metal around the middle part and this sort of blue gem on the bottom. Another one with a sort of reddish piece of wood with some cream leather wraps around the top of it and a orange glow at the base that comes down to this jagged dark purple crystal that's kind of jettisoned down, kind of chaotic looking, with this gold kind of adornment around the outside of its blade. And the last one with a green solid handle, dark green, with another green sort of emerald at the bottom. These are the War Mage's staves. Not many of these have been handed out, but to those who earn it, we give thanks for your service to the realm. And hands one to each of you. These War Mage staves are simple. For all intents and purposes, they're quarterstaffs. The blade stave deals 1d6 slashing damage on a hit. This weapon is considered an arcane focus. Possesses the versatile property, dealing a d8 slashing damage when held with two hands. And the user gains +2 to attack and spell attack rolls made with this weapon.
Oh, damn!
Do you accept these titles?
This is a background question because I legitimately don't know. As a priestess of a different goddess, is she allowed to question?
So this is not like
This is
becoming. This isn't like becoming a paladin of Odin. This is like becoming a knight for a kingdom. So
Sure,
it's not
okay,
necessarily you're changing your religion.
Sure.
This is more of he's establishing you with a very lofty title that comes with certain benefits.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You'll basically be like a representative, effectively. Like, yeah.
Okay.
And it's totally up to you. This is not a forcing you to do this type of thing. This is whatever your character would want to do.
She is going to look.
Hammering on the keys. Super.
Sorry, I'm writing myself like little thoughts.
I'm kidding.
I turned my gain down, but it doesn't matter. She is going to kind of be like twiddling with her like hands and kind of looks at all of her friends. And as she scans through each one of them, her eyes stop on Strange as one of the only people she knows as a knight. And pauses. And she turns back and then declines.
Okay.
But very graciously.
As I hand down the War Mage's staff to you, you say,
It's very kind of you, but I think my place is better served elsewhere.
Oh.
And as far as it goes for you, I'm not sure that I'd be the best representative.
It is your choice to make.
Thank you for this honor.
you are worthy.
Hands him out to Farrell.
Farrell takes it in her hands. It's a heavy weight in her hands. All Father, I cannot accept. I am unworthy of so many things. And to be honest, I don't know where my alliances lie except to myself. I will continue to protect the realm as myself. And though this is a great honor, and as much as I would like to take it, I know I am not one of deemed worthy. Thank you.
It is your choice, after
She'll hand
all.
it back. But if ever I see myself as worthy, perhaps I'll come to you in reconsideration. And she'll hand it back.
Tarek will give Farrell just a sad smile, like an understanding nod, and just a sad smile of like, yeah, that's, yep, I get that.
I should specify
Hmm.
to both you and Ted, your knight. I have no intentions of going anywhere or doing harm as of right now. She'll kind of give a cocky smile, like it's funny to her. Thank you.
And bows down, nods his head, places one of the war mage's staffs to Fiend.
Fiend immediately takes that chaotic looking one. Just I'll be doing what I see fit, as I always have, but apparently that has earned me an honorable place by your side. I suppose you can all call me Sir Fiend of Asgard.
It's a good ring
I'm
to
so glad you took it.
Tarek will just raise his eyebrows and just give a.
Your
Nice.
chaos will be a welcomed addition to the realms.
Fantastic.
That's what you think.
Then finally, we come over to Sir Strange. As a stave is put into Odin's hands, places the handle towards you.
Very strange. Looks at the stave. And they look at the small knot that was tied around the armor that they kept. And they stare down to their hands. With much respect, All Father, I have learned much in what little time I've spent with the Frostbreakers. And I fought for so long. Thank you for the honor. I cannot accept. I know what I want more than anything else. I just want a home.
As you say that, you hear whispers enter into your brain.
Oh. Why would you do to get them back? What would you do to get them back?
Sir Strange just freezes up for a moment. Hands shaking, holding the knot tighter. And they whisper under their breath, I've given everything. I want to rest. And they smile. a pained but genuine smile. And they bow their head.
Thank you, so strange. Your presence is an honor to everyone in the Golden City. You shall find peace one day. Takes the stave back. Gifts it over as 1 stave was taken. 3 were denied. As Odin looks over to his kingdom, as the floating orbs are higher and higher up in the sky, almost accompanying and glittering with the night in the galaxy above. Asgardians! He shouts it out loud. Ho! This enormous, bountiful shout echoes throughout the city. Lay them to rest. And by this point, the boats have floated out, getting very close to where the waterfall drops off from this floating continent in the night sky. You suddenly see tens upon dozens of flamed arrows suddenly arc up. One after another, catching each of the wooden boats, ferrying these corpses. And as Odin, holding his scepter and his staff, thunderous crack in the ground, splinters from the bottom of the staff. As soon as those arrows hit the boats, they start to float up. Higher and higher. Each one of them disintegrating into glitter and dust up into the sky. Now, we celebrate. Come. Starts to make his way back down the path that's been splintered before him, and starts to make his way towards the theater-like structure that's been constructed before you all. Now is the time for celebration and revelry. Come, let us give thanks to those who have passed on into the afterlife. And begins to walk towards the theater. As the crowd around starts to cheer and scream, and just thunderous applause kind of goes all over the realm. As a few select start to follow Odin into the entrance of this theater. And as you all start to make your way closer and closer to the entrance, as the huddled masses kind of start to squeeze into this structure, like the premiere of a popular Broadway play, the 5 of you line up at the entrance of this building. And Tarek, you hear in your head familiar phrase that you haven't heard in quite some time. As you stand there with your friends, all united beside you, given these heavenly gifts. Whosoever hold this hammer, should he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. And as you look down, that rune glows one more time before settling down into the starlight metal it was crafted from. Your Mjolnir has been upgraded.
Oh!
On a hit,
you deal 1d12 bludgeoning, 1d12 lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing range is 60, 120. You now have resistance to lightning.
Yes.
On before a long rest, once per long rest, you can either cast the fly spell or call lightning spell at 3rd level.
Ooh.
Doesn't need a spell slot, but you have to choose one or the other for a long rest. And you've gained the Thunderous Return ability.
Mm-hmm.
So now as a bonus action, you can choose to return your main melee weapon back to your hand after it's been thrown. The weapon hurls itself at you at a target at lightning speed, causing the target to roll a DC 15 strength saving throw in order for you to for them to catch it or take 1d6 bludgeoning damage and have the weapon tossed back behind 15 feet. So essentially, you throw it, and if you want to catch it, you got to make the strength save to catch it back.
Okay.
Sorry, not 15, 10. Sorry, DC 10.
I was gonna say DC 15.
No, DC 10 strength saving throw. Otherwise, you take a D4 of damage.
Oh, D4. Okay.
Any enemies? So as you're trying to recall it back, any enemies caught in the path of your weapon also have to make a dexterity saving throw, DC 15, or take 1d4 lightning damage. The damage increases as you level up.
Oh, as I level up. Okay. Nice.
So currently it's 1d4, next level 2d4, next level 3d4, so on and so on.
Oh, nice.
So,
nice.
Looking at your friends, hearing that in your head, looking forward towards the theater as Guardians start to enter into the entrance, packing it. What would you all like to do?
Just another thing, Kevin. Has the other change been made now? Like my class change? Can I change that?
Yes. So now your paladin oath for going through this ritual and dedicating yourself to Asgard fully, you now have the celestial warlock pact.
Woo!
Yes.
Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all, everybody. Gotta catch them all.
I'm away for all night.
Yep.
That is your warlock pact. It is locked in. You cannot change it. That is what it is from now until the end.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Vermeer.
Nice.
I'm trying to understand what's happening in the theater. Are they gonna just like have a show? Are they having? You're
not too sure. He just kind of said, coming in with revelry to celebrate the times of Thor, Odin's son, and it's kind of like the last part of the celebration for the funeral.
Okay, she might delay going in fully. Like she'll kind of poke her head in for a little bit and just kind of see initially, but she might just kind of stand outside because you said it's basically night or their version of nighttime.
It's like just become nighttime. Yeah, it's not like midnight or anything. Probably like 9 o'clock at night kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, and I think she's just going to stand out on the walkway for a couple minutes and look at the moon. Obviously, probably different moon than what she's used to, but like it's fine. A moon is a moon is a moon, and she's just gonna take some time to consider everything that was just offered and rejected and happened, and just having like an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and also a little bit of FOMO. And she kind of just sits there for a little while, stargazing and looking at the moon.
FOMO because you didn't accept?
Yeah, because she's kind of considering her life And although she really wants to be a really strong, well-known adventurer, she knows that she could never commit to something in this particular way. And so on one hand, she wants to take hold of that, but on the other hand, she's like, I know it wouldn't be good for me. So yeah, she kind of just sits out there for a little while.
So as the many hordes of Asgardians start to enter into this theater, this building, the rest of you just kind of see Ramir just kind of dart off for a minute and kind of rest of the banquet overlooking the ocean with the Bifrost Bridge kind of humming brightly amongst the stars in the Milky Way.
I think Farrell, seeing Ramir dart off in that direction, will take a moment in her own direction and maybe step off to a different side of the pier or somewhere else and start gazing for a second and realizing what she just admitted out loud to somebody of very high regard, that she views herself as unworthy and she knows it. Go ahead, Ben.
Just like as you kind of peel off, she'll Tarek will kind of will just catch your arm for a second and say, I understand why you did what you did, and I don't hold it against you. Just so you know.
I think you would. Congratulations. You look great.
Thank you. Kind of looks up towards the circlet. It's just like,
hey, she pokes it before she walks away. She's like, hey, it's a good look on you.
Thank you.
How's it feel being one of the good guys?
A little strange.
In a good way?
I don't know yet. But I hope
figure
so.
that quick.
Hmm.
I'm gonna pull her arm from his hands.
Yeah.
Very gently, like just.
Oh yeah, no, he just like caught your arm like as you were going to walk away. Like he let go as soon as like, you stopped. Yeah.
I'm gonna go for a walk.
Mm-hmm. I'll see you later. Don't be gone too long.
No, apparently there's things going on. You know, I'm used to a good party. She's gonna look over the fiend before she walks away.
And as you guys are kind of, as you guys start to sort of collectively hang out here, as everyone sort of walks away, the royal family has entered into the building. A couple of the royal guards outside says, "We will hold some seats for you inside once you arrive."
Thank you.
Dart off.
And kind of look over the fiend, and it's a good look on you too.
Thank you,
Sir Fiend.
Sir Fiend. Yes,
Sir, Mr. Fiend.
That.
But
I have a title now.
you already
A lowly
have-
criminal.
You already had a title. It's Ambassador of Wagons Community. And I'm gonna walk away. But at that moment, she is going to go and very much deal with the fact that she just came to the conclusion that she does view herself as unworthy in a lot of ways and what she wants to do next. Because she's not going to change and that her alliance is to herself. And she's going to go contemplate that for a little while. Eventually, she'll come back. If she sees the rest of the party starting to mule inside, she'll come back. But that's what she's going to do.
Sir Strange.
As everyone is going off in their separate ways, with Farrell going off in the distance, and I guess Fiend is just looking really smug right now with his new title. So Strange is just like, okay. I'm gonna glance over at Ramira, who's just having her moment. Look at the ground. Sort of uncertainty. Let me smile. And then make their way over. Stopping by this side, giving them a little bit of space. And just leaning against and just being there, saying nothing.
I couldn't help but notice you didn't add another kingdom to your title.
Well, knighthood is, with respect, overrated. I already have the title. Doesn't make me any more important, at least to most. And I realize the things that I want and need. I don't want a title. I don't want that anymore. I want something more. And you?
Well, before we move on to me, she's going to gingerly grab your hand and then just kind of gently take it and touch it to her forehead. You should rest, then.
To be honest, I'm afraid of resting. Because this is just a bit of a dream, you know? I'm with a party again. And even though I get blunt force trauma every now and then, I'm having the time of my life. I don't feel the burden and the weight of who's gonna leave. Because I trust all of you and in your abilities. I'm so scared that if I rest and close my eyes, all of this will be over. I don't want it to go away. I don't want anyone to go away. It's funny, living for as long as I have, that you'd be okay with change. I don't want things to change. Because people change and I don't.
She squeezes your hand a little bit tighter. I will not abandon you. Even if 1,000 years from now, if you outlive me or I outlive you, I will not forget you. And I imagine that living as long as you do, or seeing as much change as you do, doesn't stop it from hurting. And I can't take that pain away, but I can help you find ways to still be grateful for the time we've spent together. Because I also can't guarantee that I'll live forever. And so things are destined to change. And she looks back up at the moon, just like the moon. It's always there, even when you can't see it. And maybe even if you forget me, or things change, or we never see each other again, I'll still be there, just like the moon. And so will all of your other friends. Even Fiend, who likes to pretend very much like, well, I don't know what he pretends to be half the time, but all I do know is that he cares a lot more than he seems. Or at least that's what I tell myself.
Train just smiles a little bit when Ramira mentions Fiend and the idea of surfing pops up. Sir Strange gently grips her hand a little bit. This might be asking a lot. Promise you won't forget me?
Even if my mind forgets, my heart will not.
There's a saying, at least from what I remember, what I've been told, from what little I remember of my mother, the one that raised me, of course. The heart will remember often what the mind forgets. So here's to hoping, right?
Well, At the end of everything we live through, usually hope is the only thing left over. And I'd like to keep a lot of that with me. So I think we'll be all right.
You really think so?
It's hard to say now. We were just offered night shift, but maybe when I'm on death's door, I'll feel a little bit differently. But even still, life goes on and we get stronger.
You're right. I'm sorry. Not usually like this. But I'm having my moments, I suppose.
And all that even without revealing you're not to me. And apology not accepted because there's nothing to be sorry for, so your currency is simply no good here.
Damn. It appears I left my Asgardian coin somewhere else.
Rain check then.
Absolutely.
There's a party. A dead guy party, waiting just for us.
You know, for as long as I've been alive, never been to a dead guy party before.
You know, I don't think I have either. And she doesn't let go of your hand and then just starts kind of like walking them into the party.
I suppose there's a first for everything.
Seeing the rest of them kind of walk, I'll start making my way that way.
Yeah.
What fiend? Okay.
So as everybody is like talking to each other, Fiend goes, I'm going to find myself a nice place to stand so I can see the assortment of entertainment, and touches the door handle and casts Dimension Door.
You're doing it right now? Right now?
And he winds up at a skiff somewhere.
Right now.
Yep.
Okay.
He
All
recognizes that everybody in the Asgardian kingdom is here.
Shit, John.
Right now.
Hey, you got him. You got us
no.
there. You are in fact
You
correct.
know
Now
what?
is
I
the
can't
time.
hear you. I'm just impressed. Kevin, I hate
Yep.
that face.
Look at Kevin's
Yep.
face. He's like, oh, and also, oh, at the same time.
Stop that. Put that away.
But
It's my face.
you know what you're doing.
I love this thing. This thing is fine.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna walk back, not realizing quite yet where Fiend has gone. I'm assuming Tarek is still standing there.
Yeah.
Where did Fiend go? You think he'd won the party?
He's gone to find himself a seat, apparently.
Oh.
I'm
Shall
sure
we?
he'll be fine.
Shall we?
Yes.
Minor G?
Ow. Not. You know what? No.
Little G.
You hear Sir Strange
Small
starting
G.
to chuckle under their breath.
Little
Okay.
G. Small G.
Technicality.
Tiny G.
Technicality. Absolutely not.
Moji.
None of you are to refer to me as a god ever. Please, no. God. Oh, gee.
You said it. You said the G
You
word.
just
I
said
did.
God. You said God right now. I'm just saying. If you don't want us to, maybe.
It's like a decimal G.
So yeah, I imagine as we're having this conversation, we're
It's a
walking.
downshifted G.
We're good.
Sure.
So the rest of you, as you start to walk towards that long path into this theater building of sorts that's been constructed, Fiend does say, I got to look somewhere else. So you just see him reach out, and this dark purple, like see-through, translucent doorknob just appears. As soon as he clasps his hand around it, that familiar doorway starts to outline, and gone.
Well, come on.
Sure.
The guards saved some lovely seats for us, apparently.
Yes. Let's
Okay.
make our way in.
And you have to make an appearance now. God, we're gonna have to go so many things.
See, you
Jesus.
you just said the G word too.
Oh,
It's spreading.
I hate it here.
Somebody's got a big G.
He'll just wow. Tarek will just put an arm around both of you and just walk in with you both.
I hate it here. Sir Strange, do you also hate it here? Because I hate it here.
I'm lost.
How did you get all the way up there? We just walked in.
I'm literally still holding their hand. You can't get lost.
I'm lost in my head.
You realize you're just holding like the gloves.
I'm just like
the glove.
carrying a preschool training line with me.
This is the longest time I've held someone's hand.
You can
Strange.
let go
It's
of
okay.
it.
It's just Ramira. Come on. Do you want to hold Tarek's hand instead? He's a little G.
Did you just say no to me saying you can let go of it?
It's like, no, don't let go. Please don't let go.
You can hold Tarek's hand instead.
No, anything but the little G.
Stop it.
Not the G minor.
All right. So yeah, I
Watch all
imagine we
this.
make our.
Okay, so
Yeah,
after some time, you make your way towards
Yes.
the entrance of this structure. A few guards are kind of posted outside, just kind of like waiting for you. The ones that said like we'll hold some seats for you. You see them off in the distance, just like stand there with their spears in hand, golden and silvered armor, just position themselves in front of this opening. And you arrive to them. He's like, some new lead. Oh, actually, one. Oh, Tarek.
Crossbreakers.
Frostbreakers. Thank you,
It's a better title, anyways.
Tarek. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done, my friend. Please come and enter inside. We weren't sure what seats you would prefer. We had some reserved for you for tonight's proceedings. Please come in. Mages? And he looks up and you see various students of the Arcana in those various colorations of robes start to wave their hands around as this sort of circular structure that's parted like this slowly starts to close in on itself, sealing it as a fully formed structure in a circular-like motion. As you walk in, the walls and the outside structure kind of connects with each other as this coloration of arcanic dust and energy sort of solidifies and fuses the walls together as you walk into this very well-made theater. As you enter in to the structure, go and look at your Roll20 maps, please.
I'm gonna while we're walking in and doing all of this, I'm gonna look to Tarek and be like, Harbinger would really enjoy this. I miss that man. We should find him at some point.
He was on some sort of mission, but
He is very
He might
busy,
be around.
but I do miss him.
I do.
Haven't seen since the Prince of Frost fight. It's been a while.
In a while.
Been a while.
All right, so let's see. So where are we sitting?
Where are we sitting?
Yeah, so as you enter into this, you see seats all around on the bottom floor. There are a few stationed at the front. There's a few seats available at the front of the room here. There are some situated at the back. There are some box seats up to your right if you want kind of a more uplifting view. And yeah, it's kind of your choice. Front row, back row, or box seats.
Love a box seat for me personally. I don't care. Ramira is like, no, you get whatever seat you want. I'm a seat wherever I want. It's cool. We'll meet up at the mailbox at 9. That's how she rolls.
I'll meet you outside.
Mailbox? I don't think there are mailboxes. Are there
No,
mailboxes?
Tarek, it means I'll see you at a designated spot after our occasion.
Tell you what, we'll meet outside at the
Woke
port
thing,
that you were
got it.
standing at earlier, Premiere. We'll meet out right there.
Okay, yes. I'm going to the box.
Okay.
All right.
Have a lovely time. Are you going up there then? Is Sir Strange and or Tarek going with?
Hey, you're
Tarek
allowed.
will
You
go
can
wherever.
you can place your tokens wherever you'd like to sit, pretty much, wherever you want to get a good spot.
Sir Strange is technically holding Ramira's hand, so they have to.
I would let go of their hand. I'm not gonna make them come sit with me like a psycho.
like a child. Like, come on, go.
No.
Jared, you're gonna say something. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna follow. In Stranger's head, I'm gonna follow Ramira. It's safe. I know that I get lost pretty easily. This is why I really rejected that knighthood.
Because you get lost.
Too much pressure to be responsible.
Yeah, so to your center, you see that's all red velvet inside as well, much like an old 1950s kind of movie theater vibe, like very nostalgic. You go in.
Thinking, no.
No.
Oh my god.
You go in and there is a pathway towards the stage that's set up with a podium next to a sort of makeshift little orchestra band that's just quietly playing music for the crowd. Then you see a series of stairs kind of lead up towards the box seats to your left and to your right.
Well, Mr. Strange is running off with Ramirez since it's safe. Farrell's gonna kind of look around and then look to Tarek. Where are you sitting?
I was honestly gonna go where you're going. I do not want to be by myself right now. Too many
great.
people. If
Cool.
that's okay with you,
No,
you can go if
No, that's fine. I wasn't planning on going to a box seat. I was, the last time that Ramiro went up to a box seat, she kind of booed the entire theater. I'd rather, if that happens again, I'd rather be here and present.
Right.
I think Farrell's just honestly, she's gonna look at Tarek. I think you're a little tired of being the center of attention. How about we just go back row? So, and then she's just gonna slip in right here.
Yeah, Tarek will do those. He'll just sit down and be like, "Thank you."
Yeah,
Glad
this is more
someone
for
understands.
This is more for Tarek's benefit. Farrell's used to being like the center of attention with her bard stuff, but she's like, Tarek is not used to that.
When you mention that, he gives a visible like shoulder droop, just like, "Oh God, please, thank you."
She'll clap him on the shoulder. All right, we'll just sit here. Tell you what, if you have to be more present in your responsibilities, we can always move up front.
Yes.
But she's gonna sit back and then just arms crossed and slouch back. It's nice to see somebody else perform for a change. I didn't get to see these often. I'm very curious. Is this a comedy?
I have no idea.
Oh. Why don't you know?
I don't know. I wasn't clued up on what was. I mean, I knew about the other thing, or at least some of it. I didn't know about the whole night.
Well, you've been busy
thing.
doing your own thing this whole time. All these proceedings, and this is the first time you've ever seen literally a war hero being celebrated in this way. So the rituals, the things that they're up to, is not something that you would necessarily know exactly what they're up to. You've heard many people say celebration, say dedication. So who knows what it could be?
Oh well, I mean, have you been to many showings? I guess I've never asked you that.
I mean, one or two.
Besides watching me perform the one time.
Oh, yes. I mean, once or twice. It was quite entertaining.
Oh, well.
I have no idea what Asgard will do with such a thing, but definitely it'll be a performance to remember, I'm sure, whatever it is. The Asgardians don't do celebrating lightly. At all. Not either.
How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? Well, honestly, this is a lot. It's been, the last few days have definitely been a lot, and this is definitely what it's all been leading up to. I mean, these past 2 weeks, everything we've gone through has led us to this moment. We're finally here. I know we have a few things and places we want to go after this, but this is what it's been leading up to. And it's...
Can I ask you something?
Of course, anything.
Should I kind of stop and look over? Is it all that you wanted it to be?
Well, given the situation, mostly, yes.
Mostly?
I I'm obviously... Things could have gone smoother. I could have... Well, two of us could have not died. But,
Right, little minor hiccups, minor things.
Minor things. Minor things.
Minor things.
A few things could have gone.
What's a little
lot
death between
smoother.
friends?
He kind of looks over and just like,
Just minor things.
it was
She's
extremely...
leaning like completely up against. She's like, what's a
Farrell, it was extremely excruciatingly painful. There is a diamond lodged in my chest forever now. I would rather have not had that.
And now your body is worth a lot more. Congratulations.
Actually, that diamond has
It
disappeared.
disappears, but
Yeah,
Oh,
super
I hear the voice of Ramira correcting me from the box. She's not booing this time. She's just correcting.
I'm from the box. Actually, when I did it, was the goddess.
Actually.
Canon. It's happening.
No.
No, you're so. No, you're so.
Oh.
I have one more question before I'll drop the subjects entirely because I know that it's already been a lot for you. Are you satisfied with your choice, knowing you'll probably end up in Valhalla in the end?
I suppose so.
You suppose
Everything.
so. That's not
With everything I've been through and everyone I have made deals with, this has certainly been the best deal I've made. Well, in terms of best of intentions, the least problematic technicalities, shall we say.
You almost sounded like a fiend there.
He and I are a lot the same, Just different paths. He'll come around,
I don't know about that one, but we'll see.
In another life, we could have been siblings.
Oh, goodness. I don't think I could have handled that. That's all.
Suddenly, the lights start to dim down around.
Oh, showtime.
All right. Let's see what Asgard has in store.
As this happens,
That's what I think.
Odin starts to appear behind the curtain.
Please do what I think this is.
This is what I think it is. I swear to God.
No, but if this is a retelling of the Frostbreaker suspension, I'm going to be pissed.
Oh, I would die.
Odin's a soprano. What?
He comes out to the crowd, starting to clap and cheer as many prominent members of the court, of the kingdom, of the realm are all in attendance, start to clap joyously, welcome him into stage. Now, as we've said our prayers and sent our brethren and our people into Valhalla's arms, we now celebrate the life of Thor and Son by giving thanks and presenting him with the arts and culture that raised him oh so well. May have noticed that some of our fellow wild folk have joined us here in our streets, and although we have been somewhat estranged for some time, the various clans have graciously brought themselves within our walls to pay respects to the protector of the realms. One of them is here tonight, and a few of them you will hear from throughout tonight's proceedings. One of them from the City of Crows, the star poet and beautiful writer, Dahlia Serenraid, is here to write a poem she has written for tonight's festivities in honor of the sacrifice of Thor Odin's son and the soldiers of Asgard. Master of Ceremonies, take it away and he starts to walk backwards to a few couches and proceedings for him to kind of take on, to take a seat down for the events that are going to unfold. And this gentleman starts to make his way to the stage that you all recognize as Odin's son's right-hand man of sorts, the one who is always in his chambers, scuttling around, welcoming newcomers to audience in his chambers, kind of helps to organize his day, that type of thing, an assistant of sorts. Comes to the stage wearing, like, again, nice robes, sort of tunic, sort of black and white combination. He's got kind of, his usual thing, big scruffy beard, kind of a horseshoe, white hair, bald on top, starts to come towards the stage. And he...
Oh my God, the
Oh
Kevin
no!
freeze.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wait, okay. I was like, oh my God.
I was like, and he what?
Wow. That was
so
crazy.
funny.
Why is today such a weird internet day?
Do you have Loki on your shirt? I just now noticed this.
Weird for me too.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar.
All right, let me grab this. That was
okay, so I
cringe.
lied.
So this
Oh, don't start, Ivy.
this person comes to the podium in front of the stage as the clapping slows down to a quiet stop. My good people, I cannot express that is welcome to this wonderful eve, this occasion of it should be a treat for us all. I need not tell you how beloved the esteemed imitable poet. We thank her for sharing a special reading with us tonight. And you can see he's visibly like shaken, like he's probably this is the first time he's speaking to a crowd of this size, a bit of stage fright. We thank her for sharing a special reading with us tonight. Please show your adoration. I give you the poet of the realm of the wild folk and of Asgard, Dahlia Sarenraid. Everyone cheers. Clapping ensues sky high. And before you walks out Dahlia Sarenraid, who is a member of the City of Crows clan and the wild folk region outside the city. Again, adorned in a sort of a long flowing red robe with gold trimming on the outside. Looks much more naturalistic, like made of like natural fibers, nothing synthetic, and not wearing any armament or anything, but like, again, braids that kind of, her hair kind of are in a braids and a crown, almost like that kind of sits up top of here with a few strands kind of coming down past her shoulders, wearing various kind of jewelry and things like that of her people, and starts to come towards the stage. Takes out of a side satchel some parchment. Looks over at everybody. My kinsmen, fellow Asgardians, looks up at everybody. I am honored to be here, and it is great and amazing that all of the wild folk in the Golden City could come back together once more in this joyous union and remembering Asgard's favorite son. The poem I've read, it is too impassioned, it is not for my weary lips to speak. Many of you have heard these words before from me, but for this occasion, this night,
I can think of nobody better to utter these words for your ears to hear than the king of Asgard himself, Odin. Would you do in honor of a lowly commoner? And Odin kind of looks up on his pedestal, or his seating. Everyone gathered, clearing, egging him on. Just seems to be in a giving mood of sorts. Starts to raise up. Dark.
Just with that, so how old does this person look?
She looks young.
She describes herself as old and weary. Can I make an insight check just her intentions? Because that seems a little off.
Sure.
Or am I too far away?
You're pretty far away, but you can definitely try.
Okay. Insight 13 plus 5. 18. Oh, is that? Yeah. Yeah, 18.
18. So what are you trying to determine exactly?
I don't know. I'm trying to, just her intention and whether what she's saying is kind of, it just seems a little sus to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to kind of see if I can suss out any secret intent there.
In what way? I'm looking for a specific kind of detail rather than
Maybe
like be more detailed.
Kind of just examining her kind of stance and her face, just to try and pick out if I don't know. I'm basically just looking up and down, kind of just trying to see if she's acting sus. You know, maybe like.
So she stands to the podium, and her coming out seems fairly confident.
Mm-hmm.
She's a well-known poet. You've heard her name a couple times, and just in passing. But as she comes out and kind of looks over the crowd, you gauge how should I put this? You gauge a certain a acknowledgement of the room, of the people here, and this look in her eye like, wow, like I've made it almost. Like proud to be here.
Okay.
And a nervousness.
Okay. All right. Seems genuine then. At least for now.
Genuine?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm making that assessment. I was basically looking to see if there was, some sort of hidden intent there, and she seems from that, I would say that Tarek is kind of satisfied that she is just genuinely just asking, but it just seems a little strange to him. She's come all this way, and now she wants
what was your
else
roll? A 16?
18.
18. It feels off.
Does feel off? Oh, okay.
And you used the word genuine.
Yeah.
Are you visibly, like, as you're sitting next to Farrell, are you making any movement? Are you...
Tarek will sit up in his seat and kind of watch her more intently.
Farrell's still leaning over. What? Kind of quietly, like, realizing something... I've been in a party long enough with Tarek to realize something is amiss.
Something doesn't seem right.
About what? The poet?
Yeah.
Why? Kind of looking.
Why would she come all this way to have someone else read her poem?
What are you worried about?
Something feels wrong.
Wait. Well,
I can't explain it, but something doesn't feel right.
You're right.
Don't you think that's strange though? Why would she come all this way just to have someone else read her poem?
Odin starts to get up.
Do you want me to cast Dispel Magic? Be quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you do it subtly?
I can try. I will roll sleight of hands. Otherwise, it could look very poorly.
Odin takes one step closer to the
Then
podium.
I'm letting you make this call for me.
So,
Offer to read it for him. Offer to read it for him.
oh god.
Oh Jesus.
Nope.
I'm gonna cast spell magic at the 5th level.
Okay, it's spelling at what?
I am going to specifically target the parchment itself. Because I've seen parchments with deals on them. I've seen parchments that have things on them, and I want to specifically target that. When he says something is off my mind, Farrell's mind goes immediately to reading off that parchment will do something bad.
Okay. You want to do this subtly, though?
I'm going to try to do it subtly, yes, and so I need to roll a sleight of hand if that's what you would do.
You are very far away as well, so the DC
I
will
am.
be high.
It is 120 feet, though. I
Right.
checked, they're in range. Just
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to
But
roll
it's not to roll if the spell
no, it's
connects. It's just to roll if anyone
sees me.
sees. For all intents and purposes, you are in this theater with a few guards positioned around that are keeping a close eye on things. So this will be to see if they notice you waving your hands about.
So do you want this at disadvantage or straight?
Can I
Oh, this will be straight roll.
Okay.
can I assist in some way?
If you're going to assist, how would you assist the
So
covering
you
of
would have
her
to-
spell? If you can make it plausible, I will give you that.
I will, because I'm guessing people are kind of looking at us as well.
Well,
just-
everyone's looking forward.
Okay.
There's a few guards, like there's some positioned
Yeah.
by the entrance,
Yeah,
some at
there
the
are-
upper part of the booths up top, and they're like just kind of eyeing around everyone at the moment, just doing a general survey. But the audiences are looking forward.
Okay.
And make everybody awkward.
That's literally what I was thinking. That's
Don't
literally
block.
what I was
Don't
thinking.
block,
Yep.
do it.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh,
I know we
Tarek
are like
will-
the same wavelength. Okay, cool. You
Yeah.
gonna do it?
Tarek will we'll just kind of like lean over to Farrell, put an arm around her, kind of just look over to her, and then lean over as if he's going to kiss her.
She'll block.
Yeah.
And then as she blocks, like tilting her head enough, she'll cast it.
It's gonna make some rolls.
Cool.
Good job, Ben. All right.
Same wavelength.
I was like, come on, make it awkward, do it. All right. Straight roll.
What was? Yeah, straight roll for the sleight of hand.
All right. Please be decent. 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 It's not horrendous. It's an 18. 16 plus 2.
18.
So as Dahlia kind of gets everyone to start clapping up. I don't know. This seems weird. I don't like it. What do you want to do? Just goes in for a kiss, and you kind of, do you kiss or do you like?
No. So what I'm doing is, so Tarek is using it as a distraction of, oh crap, I need to give them privacy. Farrell is putting up a hand to block, like stage block,
Mm-hmm.
casting it this way, and sleight of hand casting it while he
Okay.
distracts and makes it look like they're kissing.
So as you're going in for an embrace, kind of putting your like theater stage hands, like
Yeah.
putting your hands over his
Mhm.
face, you utter those words for this spell.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, like effectively, yeah, he'll basically effectively like lean over and pretty much just like kiss the back of her hand that she's
Yeah.
using,
It's literally
effectively.
just stage blocking.
just trying to make it as authentic as possible.
And she'll tilt
Okay.
her head the same way. And
So that vapor wave kind of makes its way towards the stage as you see her holding the parchments, calling over for Odin to come up. The vapor wave hits the parchment.
okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll once I'm satisfied I hit the parchment, I'll just kind of lower my hand.
Yep.
We'll see. And then that was literally her saying, "We'll see."
Mm-hmm.
Very quiet.
Okay.
Yep.
And she'll sit back and
Yeah.
wait.
Tarek will do the same.
And as the applause subsides, she kind of bows down humbly over to the side Odin gets up to the podium, picks up the parchment. We transfer over to Mr. Fiend.
Hello, Pulpit.
Hello, Velvet.
Having just done your dimension door, Mr. Fiend, that familiar dark purple hue outlining your location, where was it that you were going?
To the nearest skiff so that I could go to the prison that held Loki.
The Tree of Woe prison yard, of course. So you go right back to the skiff that you had parked near the front of the front area of the Bifrost. Find yourself right back there where you left it. Pull back the thrusters, enable the wheel, turn around, kips up towards the massive oak tree floating above the city, as we have established that this is the Tree of Woe, the Asgardian prison that withholds its most deadly of foes. Those have committed great crimes against realms where you have visited once before.
Correct.
And in this time, when all of Asgard is huddled into the central city, your skiff takes off, and there's just barren streets, empty. Nobody is around beyond that center hub. People are partying in the streets, drinking in revelry, as your skiff goes farther and farther away from it to a nearby platform with this very intimidating, all-encompassing structure floating, its roots dangling down, many branches going off in various veiny directions, with windows and structures and doors situated inside of it. Land down. There is a single guard outside.
Hail.
Hail. Hello there. Who are you?
Do I remember the code to get in the door?
Make
I remember
a history
I was
check.
gonna say, I remember I actively attempted to check. That would be. He is a 18.
Do you remember the
17 plus
combination?
1. I do remember the combination. I think there was somebody around the corner there making some sort of mischief. I believe everybody should be at the presentation for Thor's funeral, so it's...
I know. Me and the other guards, we drew straws, and I was the short one. I don't get to see. What happened, by the way? I could see far away. There was some lights. That looked cool. There was some fire.
I attempt to stay out of his, visual perspective of me, so just whatever it is to never see, an actual full face view of me. So I'm standing behind him, grabbing his shoulder, pointing him towards the directions he should be looking. It's interesting. I'd say that Tarek actually became the new god of thunder, but in that direction was somebody who did not value the Asgardian way. Somebody who was sneaking about. Who do you think could possibly be out here at this particular time of night?
Wait, what? I don't.
Find that person. You could be a hero.
Wait, what are you talking about? There's someone out here right now.
Yes. He's wandered around the other side of the tree. I shove him in the back and then immediately go towards the door. I shove him towards that.
So first off, make a deception check.
Oh, yeah. That's easy for me. That's going to be a 16 plus 10 is a 26.
How'd you roll the 1? Oh.
So you start kind of just jabbering on. He's like, wait, what? You keep changing subjects really fast. Obviously, you get the impression that, you know when you work in a restaurant and like all the higher up of management get to do a fun thing to like let the busboy just fucking handle this shit. Like someone who's not inept to be guarding such a worthwhile structure, but the structure speaks for itself. For one night, for a couple hours, what could go wrong?
Right.
But you start to like go over like, like your words just confuse him. Basically, he doesn't really understand what you're saying. You're like, wait, there's someone here. Or there's not someone here. You saw someone, and you're like, no, look over out there, like out to the. And he goes to the outskirts of the platform. I don't. What a roll stealth check.
17 plus 7 is 24.
Damn. Everyone beating my scores. All right, so you say just go look over there. You think, wait, over here? What? And you just make your way inside.
Fantastic. Now I remember the floor and the elevator pitch for Loki's floor.
He was on the 10th floor.
Yep. So I immediately just 10th floor it.
So you go in, you've made your way through the front door. You go to the elevator, you press that button. Door opens. You look at the levels and you see the massive handprint that's needed for access to get to the upper floors. As you remember, the guard who led you in here pressed a combination, put a hand on a pad, brought him up.
Is there any, did I hear any footprints on the first floor?
Nothing.
Let me check. Do I get the print, or do I get the feeling that it's a hand print?
As opposed to
some magical biometrics. Do I get the idea that it is literally like whoever placed their hand on that, as long as they were like registered via their fingerprints, would get in?
You're not too sure. All you saw was one of the guards put his hand on it, and it registered with some noise, and then brought you up.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I have an alchemy jug.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to use the alchemy jug to produce honey.
Okay.
And I am going to use precipitation as a heat. So I'm going to pour honey essentially onto a pad, or onto like my hand, right? And fill in the gaps, and then prestidigitation heat to create a handprint of whatever was there, to hopefully copy whatever fingerprints are on said hand, the hand zone.
So you're trying to basically make a sticky substance that will stick to the apparatus itself to find that handprint,
and then heat it up to create some sort of not gel-like but crystalline handprint, and then very carefully remove said handprint and type in the combination, and then press it back up against it.
Okay. So alchemy jug produces the honey.
Yep.
That's fairly all right to do. Sticking it onto, you're trying to just take the honey and then you're placing it on the pad. Trying to get like an imprint of grooves from the hand.
Correct.
You then take it out, you stick it off, and then what are you doing with it after that?
So I heat it up before I take it off to make sure that it doesn't morph the fingerprints.
Okay.
So that it is like one solid hand of the size of the handprint.
Okay. So the honey itself is like mirroring that of a hand.
Right. Of whatever hand last touched that spot.
Okay. Okay. Now, this is either going to be so many checks this could be. I don't know if it's Arcana because you have a jug that can.
Come
produce
on,
that.
Kevin. You don't know what would possibly be the
Listen.
check for honey and heat together on the technologically advanced pad.
The technologically
Bruh.
advanced plan.
I mean, I don't. I would
By
not-
the way, I do have proficiency with thieves' tools.
This is
That
also
helps.
sarcasm. Who the heck would know what to call
I
that?
was about to say.
I will say, just make a straight intelligence check. This is kind of akin to trying to pick a lock.
Okay.
All I could use is honey.
All right. I got a 16 plus 1 is 17.
17.
This fucking elevator, man.
You go to create this
Amalgamation of parts.
substance, and then you kind of stick it off the pad, press it on. Doesn't seem to work.
Shit.
Well, go knock that guard out.
I need that fucking guard. Throw the honey, or actually put the honey back in my backpack. No evidence.
That was the most ingenuitive way I've ever seen anybody try to pick a lock. So kudos.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking.
It was a good
Great
idea.
though. I
Tape
love that.
ring, Elmer's glue. You know, it's all that shit.
Just wasn't high enough.
Open up the door. God, where are you?
You see him still looking over the side. Yeah? What's that?
I need your help.
Oh. With what?
Somebody open this door.
What? Wait, did you just come out of that door?
No, I'm holding it open because I noticed that there was some sort of wedge keeping it from closing.
What the? Did you not see anyone go in there?
No, I was paying attention to you. You were walking over towards the edge. I wanted
Oh,
to make
for
sure you
fuck's
didn't
sake,
fall
this
off.
is just my fucking luck. And just like starts to walk over to you with
I
his
didn't hear a bing. Like,
his golden helmet is kind of too big for his own head, like seeming like someone else gave him like this armor set he's wearing.
I'm just kind of like waving my hand in front of my face for like aesthetics. Like, I heard some sort of bing, right? So I think they were traveling in a direction using something that's inside.
Okay. Okay, this roll another deception check.
12 plus 10 is 22.
Okay. So going through the front door, you lure him inside of the ground hall there.
Who could, covering his face, who could possibly be infiltrating this place? Do you have somebody in particular danger here? Like somebody who, if they were released, terrible things would happen to the world?
He's gonna roll a history check because literally they wouldn't fucking tell him.
Yeah, right.
This poor guy is the new sugar baron. He's about to get fired from his job.
Looks down. Specifically, I know there's very bad people in here. I've just got on the job fairly recently. I'm kind of working my way up in the ranks. I don't really have that access to all the crazy people. I know there's very strong people up there.
You know what, though? I think the 10th floor housed somebody that should never be released.
But this is a tree of woe. Who can get out? They're all imprisoned here. There's no one gonna get out.
According to Odin, that during it was
Okay.
Yes, my sinuses are killing me. But hundreds of years ago, there was a god of mischief or lies or something of the sort that caused many problems. I think they said he's held on the 10th floor in a green cube.
Oh, you're Loki?
Shh! You're not supposed to say his name.
Oh,
Quick to the elevator, my friend. The
uh,
night's young and full of terrors.
maybe you should stay here and I'll go check on
If I were to stay here, who's to have your back?
Make a persuasion check.
19.
Fuck. Just literally, everyone's checks is at 1 or 2 below the stuff I've been rolling. This is ridiculous. So he goes, yeah, well, I've hit. No, that's true. I've hit really, he can do really crazy things. Okay, it's true. You've got this. Oh, you've got this. Okay. Oh, they'll promote me. Okay, so, hey, all right, you got my back. Do you have any weapons on you?
Of course I have weapons on me. Clunk, and I pull out my quarterstaff, not my I am a knight staff.
Oh, not that one.
Not that one. I just pull out my quarterstaff because I don't want anything that could potentially reference that I was here. And then I pull out a handkerchief to start blowing my nose a little bit. Don't worry. I'm somebody who has been very...
So wait,
very...
just so I understand.
Yeah.
You doing this and blowing your nose is directly hiding your face this whole time?
Yeah,
That's not happening.
Just trying to distract him as he looks like if he's not looking.
As a distraction tactic, sure, but if you think this is like he'll never see my face.
No. I don't think he'll remember me.
You can't see me.
I don't think he'll remember me from the few times he glanced at me, but if he's looking dead at me, I am trying to do something to not let him notice a particular feature of mine that would be like, that's the fucking guy. But the blood rush, the everything that's going on, me fucking psyching him out about there's a dude in here that's trying to release Loki, and then if he looks dead at me, I'm blowing my nose or I'm doing something along the lines of talking with my hand in front of my face. But if he's not looking like directly at my face, there's nothing going on. I'm just hands down at my side, like, yeah, we should totally do X, Y, and Z.
So you're approaching him wearing these fine clothes, seemingly kind of confusing him. He's not a very smart dude. You know the combination of this door, obviously. The door's open. He's just like wants to do a good job and not get in trouble. You're very convincing. You keep saying, well, maybe it's him upstairs. That's not, well, what if it is? You're like, I'll check on him myself. You might need to. He's a very, very powerful being. Oh, shit, you're right. Okay. Guides you inside the elevator. Goes on him.
As he does that, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
13.
The DC is 19. I am going to dominate him. I'm upcasting to a 7th level. I have him 4.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, but can I just say that this entire plan is my favorite thing?
I have him for an hour.
This is great.
He's mine for an hour.
I love this, but also I hate it here.
This is making Kevin drink. If he didn't drink before, this is
This
making him drink.
Fiend makes Kevin drink.
As we're riding
Hey
up,
man, the dice do what they do. I'm just here to facilitate.
as we're riding up the elevator, I say, yes, it's very interesting that I'm a human, isn't it?
Yeah, that's very strange.
No horns.
Purple and black wisps.
Yeah. You're going to open Loki's cell when I get to the top. You are going to forget to put on the muzzle, and you are going to give me the goggles and the earplugs.
I will give you the goggles and the earplugs, and we'll open Loki's cell.
Thank you. You are a dear friend of mine.
I'm a dear friend of you.
The human.
The
Butterbad.
Human Butterbad.
Close enough.
Close enough.
What's he singing?
Butterbad, close enough. Butterbad, close enough. Butterbad. He just starts humming to himself.
Yeah. Rock out with your socks out, my friend.
Socks. What are socks? Socks. And he's just lightheaded and just
just all like just up in the moon from the spell being cast on him. But as the lights kind of one at a time pass by your spherical elevator shaft, the door opens, and the lit metal hallway in front of you, adorned by torches, sconces from each compartment. As you recall, each cell is muted, adorning a certain coloration with each square block that you walk past. Kind of like a frosted window. You see shapes, you see shadows, but you don't see the actual being on the other side. And as you walk by, you see humanoid shapes, you see bestial shadows, creature shadows, tentacles, wide variety of people. There's about 4 on each side. And as you keep walking forward, the lights that sort of guide you on the floor, boom, boom, light up as you walk down.
That one, my friend. The one that's got the green in it.
And as you get to the last cell block, the green tint adorns the shadow outline of a long-haired figure sitting in the middle on a chair. Reaches down, keycard out. Reaches over to a compartment on the wall that slides open with earplugs and goggles. Here you go.
Thank you, friend.
Buttermilk human man.
Buttermilk is great. If you see anyone, make sure to stall them, distract them, and yell, ow, I stubbed my toe, if you see somebody coming down this hallway.
Ow, I stubbed my toe.
Loudly.
Ow, I stubbed my toe.
That's right. Those are the inflections in the right areas of the sentence.
Do you want me to be at the end of this hallway?
I want you to be wherever you can see the directions of the hallways.
Well, I'll be on that side of the hallway. You'll
Good.
be on this side of the hallway. And that's where we'll be.
Fantastic. And then I step inside.
Bye, Buttermilk. And he starts
Bye,
to
friend.
step his way down the hallway as that door slowly opens as this cloudy mist sort of falls out from the cell block as the appearance of Loki, the god of mischief, appears before you. That same green robe around him, adorned in the gold outlining, long black hair, faint skin, metal muzzle attached to his face. Looks at you.
Ta-da.
Well, you certainly came here a lot faster than I thought.
We've work to do.
Do we now?
Yes.
What, pray tell, work would that be? Are you too burdened with glorious purpose?
You could say that. I personally think your father wants you free. I don't think he is smart enough to admit it, though. Maybe he's too smart, so he won't admit it to himself. But he sent me to person in person time and time again that is in relation to you, who wants you free.
Dear old dad wanting me to have a reuniting experience. Loses one son, can't stand to lose the other kind of thing, I think.
I think he misses his son of sunder. Or should I say, his son of thunder. Maybe you could fill the void?
It's possible. It is always a much more interesting multiverse with Loki in the mix.
Of course, everything is more interesting when pranks and tricks are involved. I need to get to the Feywild. I need to force a fox into allegiance. I need a gem at the center of the Feywild, and I need my father free from a federal prison.
And as he's saying these things, they're muffled by the muzzle that gives it like almost a radio-like quality to the voice when he's talking to you. Is that all?
Sure.
You're very trusting, aren't you?
No, I'm just confident that I've killed enough gods at this point.
Ah, you have.
Little G's. What's a big G here and there?
I think when you were here last time, we talked about this, no?
Prince of Frost, Maiden of Frost. Here and there.
Fun. Would we be taking on any other little G's during these times together?
No, I think your talents are your own. You have your own plans and you see fit to use them as you see fit to use them. I think that the things that I need for you are very small by comparison of the things that you need for yourself. I plan on taking little G, Reynard the Fox, on myself with my friends.
Sounds good to me, friend. Unbind me, let this muzzle fall down, and let's get to cooking.
Sure. Do I have a deal?
Oh, yes. You may have all the deals you like, my friend.
Being that we're from the same ilk. Being that I'm from your clan.
There is a bond. There is a relationship there. Are you saying you want to claim your birthright? You seem like somebody who may be a little jealous of other people getting little G's, big G's. Maybe there's something new about that.
He's wearing green, right?
Loki is, yeah.
I kind of like touch the jacket he's wearing and like pull it up as I let it go. Green is the color of envy, after all. Maybe it seems we're both a little jealous of people.
I always liked it when my father coronated people around, giving them titles, having devotees, fanboys as such. I've always been a loner myself, but a Loki army does sound very delicious. And that army will need a devout leader.
We can always see what happens. Of course, I'd never betray my friends.
Your friends? The people you arrived here with?
Correct. I wouldn't have gotten here if it wasn't for them. Ergo, you owe Tarek your favor.
And where are your friends now?
Enjoying a play, I imagine, or two in Thor's favor.
Yet
He is to be the new god of thunder.
Well, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yes.
And why aren't your friends here? Why did you not bring them with you?
Because they don't understand you the way I do. And right now, this night, of all nights, everyone is distracted with your former brother's funeral. I figured if there was ever a chance to make this happen, it would be now.
You say your friends don't understand me the way that you do. Do they understand you the way I do?
Maybe. It's not for me to think about the way other people look at me.
I agree wholeheartedly.
I think that freeing you is a giant mistake. One that I will pay for the rest of my life, morally. However, freeing you will get my ambitions in line, which is equally as important as moral security.
I've heard that line before as well. Many times over. So, you free me, we prance off together, going to the Feywild, rescuing your father. What was the third thing? I forget already.
Loki, you see, here's the thing. I don't intend to do anything with you. Personally. I expect you to do things for me. And then fulfill your ambitions yourself. Odin can chase you around and send armies after you to trap you back in this box. But what I get for freeing you, that's all I care about. You're a brother of the Skeleton Key Syndicate. You're the creator of it. And so I owe you for that, a home that I've had my entire life. So I'll free you. But I expect two things in return. I want the heart of the Feywild. I want the gem that rests in the middle of the tree. And I want you to get it for me because there's nobody better than you at getting things you desire. And then two, when it comes time for me to free my father from a federal prison, I expect the help that I need. Whatever form that comes in. And then three, I was never here and you never talked to me. Somebody named Buttermilk, a human, helped you.
Why not?
I want a God's bond. I want a rules be broken. I want you to do whatever magic and sorcery you have to mean if we break these terms here and now, one of us will die.
Sure thing, boss. Just free my hands, take off this muzzle. The deal's yours.
I grab his hand.
They're currently tied sort of in front of him.
Yep. I grab his hand and pull it up.
Metal clasp, sorry.
Yep. And unlock it however I need to.
So the guard had a key card on him that went through the padlock for the cell. He would have the key to unlock the compartment, the handcuffs.
I just mentally come here. Come here and give me the key.
Footprints walk down hurriedly down the hallway. Yeah?
Yes. I need the key card Taylor's with.
Oh, the bonds. Oh,
You put it in your pocket, your left pocket, your other left pocket.
This huge ring of sort of not keys, but metal cylinders with various crystals and gems are situated. Not that one, not them. Blue, red, purple, magenta.
It's a green one.
Right. Yes, I know that. There we go.
Thank you, Taylor's with.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
And the gem on the key glows green, puts it over to the cuffs.
Those things do chafe quite a bit. If you don't mind.
Hand first. Shake. Fiend grabs when he does this. Fiend grabs on top, and then pulls to the side and shakes.
All right.
I do believe I have one part left to my deal.
What is it?
Freeing your mouth.
Correct. What is it, Mr. Fiend, that you truly desire?
As he holds your hand in his grasp.
Do I feel any magic from this?
Roll an Arcana check.
Ooh, that is a natural 19 plus 6, 25.
25. No magic from the handshake. Don't feel anything pulsing. You don't see any green emanating from the hand. You don't feel different or weird or any sort of gesture.
I thought we were to make a deal. Don't play with me. Activate the deal now and I will free your mouth.
State your terms again, friend. I'm trying to close this deal as fast as you are.
You will find me the gem at the center of the tree in the Feywild. And when I need your assistance to break my father out of federal prison, the current leader of the Skeleton Key Syndicate, you will be there in whatever I need you to be. I will break you out of this cell, free your bonds, and let you on your way. Neither one of us have seen each other.
Okay. Tree gem. Out of the Feywild. Free dear old daddy from his metal barred box.
Yes.
That all?
That's it. Don't need your help for anything else.
In the name of mischief and all that hails, the god of unluckiness hails you thusly.
And you feel this green flame start to emanate from your hand, twists around your forearm, and it hurts. It's scarring you. Your skin, the material starts to flake away as it spirals up to your bicep, but you hold on to him, staring you in the face. Just kidding. It all comes back down to your wrist.
Oh. Before I go. Of course. One last thing.
Mm-hmm.
What is your secret path to the Feywild?
Leans in.
That wasn't part of the deal, friend.
No, as I'm reaching back for the key, this is just because you like me. And I unlock the mouthpiece. You see a little bit of you in me. It's okay.
Starts to crack his neck, stretch out his limbs.
It's been quite some time since that's been released.
Hair starts to float up above his shoulders. Takes a couple steps back. Just starts sizing you up. looking around you. Sweeps in, starts sniffing your body. Head raises up. Catch you later, friend.
Suppose I will catch you later.
His feet that are just dirty black on the bottom starts to walk out into the hallway. This long flowing green robe with gold accents. I'll contact you when the time is right.
I know you will. The entrance to the Feywild.
Oh, so you want to come with?
That's where you're going?
You said I were to retrieve the heart of the Fey for you.
What are the coordinates to your entrance?
You didn't say you had to come with.
No, I didn't. I don't care if I come with you, I'll find a way there myself. But I just figured you'd have some sort of back path through Asgard, if you will.
There are many out in the wild folk where the nature of Asgard is in its most pure. Convergences ripple. But the Fae do not like the Asgardians.
Can't imagine they would, after everything I've heard.
And Odin does not like the Fae.
So where do I go to get there?
I'll contact you, my good man. Many things to do before leaving the realm. See the sights. Say hi to a few people. Buttermilk! This ethereal sort of green glitter leaves his lips. Glides over to the guard. Smacks into his head. His irises go green. They turn to dissipate into his normal color. Yes, Master Loki? Come, friend. We've got much work to do for our new companion over here. This is gonna be fun. His body starts to change into the form of a massive python that slithers around, wraps around the guard. See you later. Dissipates into the ground with the guard.
I'm gonna go hit the elevator.
Mm-hmm. And
This is gonna be fun.
in that moment, we transfer back to the theater.
My throat hurts from sobbing.
Hold on, wait, before we get into this, I just need to let this out. What the fuck?
Right? Right? What
And
the
as
fuck?
Odin is about
There we go.
to speak the words, reciting the poetry from Diana Serenraid.
Yep.
We got to end the stream, everybody.
Yep.
Sorry that dragged it all along there, everybody. I really wanted to conclude that meeting before we moved on. But hopefully those have been watching since session 1, and for the players, I hope Thor's funeral was a good experience for y'all.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So good.
Oh Jesus.
Thank you all so
Oh,
much for
boy.
watching this show. I say it every week. I cannot thank these creators, these players enough for giving me their time every Monday. I incredibly, unequivocally appreciate it. And I hope you guys are still having a fun time because shit's about to get
heck yeah.
fucking weird.
Kevin, kudos to you because you went from stoic to heartwarming to stoic to like sad to creepy, all like from silly to
Very amazing
all
job.
the span.
It was
Good
so
job.
good.
Yeah.
It
And
was
just
so
kudos
good.
to our phenomenal DM that we.
What an absolutely amazing
Aw,
session.
thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a long time coming, so I want to
We
know.
literally could not have this game without you. I don't know if
Oh, yeah, 100%.
100%.
Sweet, thanks everyone. I hope you had a good time. Oh, Sir Strange, I'm sorry.
I have so much stress happening in the back of my mind. It's like all of this is happening. I'm like, cool. So that probably connects to this. So that probably connects to this. That sucks.
But
Hey, Jared, how are you going to feel if Loki rips the heart out of your chest?
I'm not the heart of the vein. What the fuck?
I would feel terrible.
Ow,
We're
fuck.
killing innocent people tonight.
Just hands it to me. I don't want this.
This, I don't want this. It's like, no, this is what you agreed on.
Someone
Oh.
call the ambulance.
That's Pharaoh's job.
The
You take my kill.
ambulance.
Oh,
Like
black
Bill.
baby. And lamp.
oh, next week is gonna be interesting.
Oh, I'm so
Yeah, boy.
excited here.
But thank you all so much once again for joining us this Monday. We super appreciate it. Love you all out there. Thank you so much for all the support. Come hang out this Saturday, which I believe is going to be our next edition of the Chromatic Dragon Saga, where I'm
Dragon
taking,
Lord.
Horde of Dragon Queen, where I take a bunch of other TikTok creators and put them through that campaign. But until then, everyone, stay safe, watch your hands. Hope you had fun. We'll see you next Monday. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a wonderful time.